Okay. Good evening, everyone. As you can tell, I am not Brian Lacouture. I am Maureen Miltenberger, the Vice Chair. He will hopefully be here in a while. So I'm just going to open our special work session meeting, our work session, and we have Mr. Vince Adams here who's going to help us through this. So welcome, Mr. Adams.
All right. Thank you so much, Vice Chair Milton Berger, Superintendent Skoyak, and Sayus Law Board. It is lovely to be with you virtually. Hey, it looks like there's an audience in the room. That's exciting. Um, that's great. So we are meeting today to finish up the our discussion around board self-assessment. And so I just want to do a quick check-in, Maureen. How much time do I have with the board tonight?
You have a half hour,
Okay.
29 minutes.
29 minutes at this point, so I'm not going to waste any time. And I'm just going to share my screen and move very swiftly with you. Um, so let's go ahead and share screen one. And moving on, um, we discussed why the board should self-evaluate. Hopefully, board members recall that. But we'll just very quickly, it's to measure your own effectiveness, just like the school board is expected to evaluate the superintendent. You should be holding yourselves accountable as well. It's also fulfills that commitment to accountability to your community. You're demonstrating that you're holding yourselves accountable for your performance. And it just builds trust, respect. Everybody in your organization is being evaluated and reflecting on their performance. And then it allows for planning for future professional development. So I'm going to move pretty quickly because I really would like to do some goal setting with the board. So I'm hoping that board members had an opportunity to review the report. And I realized that it's a little odd this year because this is data from the previous iteration of the board. That said, I urge board members not to discount that. That information from your previous board is kind of like message in a bottle to you. So it's still very useful and important, and I urge you to go ahead and reflect on that um, and use it in your goal setting. If the board has seen this slide before, but this is really just to remind you that there's a growing body of education science connecting school boards to student performance and student outcomes. And that if boards exhibit, certain behaviors, that has positive impacts on your organization and on students. And those behaviors are listed on the left-hand side. You held yourself accountable to an even more detailed array of standards. Those are the balanced governance standards. And here they're listed. I think there's 84 questions in the questionnaire. And so the board reflected on those and rated those across all these different dimensions of board work. So this is a very detailed survey tool. It gets a lot of information out of board members. Um, so I'm not going to go through these because I have a very short amount of time. Would love to discuss these in more detail here a little bit later, but I really want to focus on a few of them with you and really think about goal setting. So this is what your aggregate data looked like. This should look familiar to you. So I just want to check in with the board. What are board members seeing here? This is really nerve-wracking for me. Right over Josh's shoulder is the stopwatch, and I'm watching the seconds tick off.
The I want the standard one, the vision directed planning. Okay, I want to make sure I'm reading this right. So there's three bars, right?
Yeah, and those correspond to different years. So
Okay.
this board has been doing
Oh,
self-assessment for 3 years now. So we have
okay.
3 years of data.
Okay, so the vision directing planning improved. The culture and climate, that is just kind of all over the place down there, where it looks like it got worse and then got substantially better, if I'm reading that
Yeah.
right.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
We're going to talk about that some more, so I'm glad you pulled that
Okay.
out.
great. 50% on cultural responsiveness in 2025 accomplished. 50% say accomplished in cultural responsiveness. And then budgeting and financial accountability, we have a dip in 23 and then up in 25, like pretty substantially up in 25. Am I doing this right? Am I
Yeah, you
am I
are,
engaging
because
this data correctly? Okay.
I'll let you
Anybody
off the
else?
hook, Tom, because
Okay.
I've already done that. So, I mean, I put trends on there. And so you might recall when I met with you in July, I was like, "Hey, good job, school board. You guys have improved your performance across all dimensions of the balanced governance standards." Now, when I'm looking at this, I'm wanting to see the green and blue zone, which is the always and most of the time zones. I'd like to see those adding up to about 70%. And so, as you're looking at this, it doesn't look like you guys are meeting your expectations. When I see data like this tells signals to me that the board has high expectations for itself, and that you have things that you want. You want your performance to be better. Any other insights from board members?
From those of you that have been on the board longer than me, do you have any context for things that like correlating these trends to things that you remember happening in the board?
Can't tell if anybody's talking. You keep turning your mics
And,
off, so I can't
Andy's
hear
talking and he's away from his mic.
So I think I can be heard in Tom's mic, but again, in 2022, we're just coming out of the pandemic. There's still some health regulations that people are jostling around within the community. And in 2023, we're still dealing with ESSER funds, which were contentious in the community about how those were to be spent.
Okay. I think that's a really good assessment. I think, although I would say that these data are more dramatic than what I see in other, this is just a really clear signal that the board has been pretty diligent in working and improving itself. This board has been a regularly consuming, training, and so I think that's also a reflection of this. So I want to keep moving. So when for us, if we have to pick these are the power standards are the ones where they form the foundation for school board work. And the first one, Tom, you pulled that out, vision directed planning, crucially important. That is one of your central jobs, is to set a vision for what's possible for your kids in your district. Standard 4 and 5 really go together. Accountability is a central role of the board. And when I say accountability, I'm not thinking about pressing your thumb on the district, but rather making a commitment with your superintendent and your district staff saying, hey, we're going to walk together in doing this work. We're going to hold each other accountable. Data is how we track that. And so the 4 and 5 really go together. And then 11 and 12 are kind of when we think about board work at its very core. Standards 11 and 12 really reflect that, the fiscal stewardship piece and relationship with the chief executive and board member conduct and that sort of thing. So those form the power standards. So just glancing at this, and looking at power standards, we're seeing we're nice rapid growth on standard 1, makes me happy. Standard 5, while it's trending upward, is still really low. Both 4 and 5 are still below that 50% mark, which makes me a little nervous and somewhere I want to look for some growth. But over here on standards 11 and 12, you guys are rating yourselves high. That tells me that you're able to function with each other, you're able to function with your chief executive, and you're able to manage district resources. If we have problems on either of those, then we have really deep structural problems with the board, and I'm not seeing that here. So overall, this is a really good assessment. It's starting to tell us a story. So I want to dig into the data a little bit more and share you a little bit about my analysis and what I looked at. So when I look at relative strengths and looking across standards and how you responded, certainly standards 11 and 12 really stand out. You have a solid foundation to work from. Some areas where you might want to be thinking about where you're developing, where you rated yourself as developing, is around cultural responsiveness and system thinking across the district, within the district, seeing the district as a system and how your district fits into the overall system. Key growth areas, and this is going back to that discussion around accountability, using data for continuous improvement and accountability. It's what you rated yourself the lowest on. And so thinking about what the board needs to work on going forward, standard 5 is definitely where I would recommend, applying some attention. Culture and climate, is another one. Standard 7. Tom said we're kind of all over the place. And that was definitely true in the data. So while the board on a technical level is able to function and do well, on a relational level, there's some work that the board needs to do, or at least the previous iteration of the board. Now, board culture lasts across iterations of the board. And so I think that's an area that the board needs to apply some attention. Next one that you rated yourself low on, an area of growth that you identified, was innovation and creativity in the board and district support. So just being creative in the work that you do. So another thing that we look at is agreement. So I look at how much you guys agree and disagree. And so the areas where we see high agreement, now that doesn't just because there's agreement doesn't mean you rated yourself high. You could be rate yourself high or low. So budgeting and accountability, you rated yourselves high on that, and there was high agreement. Using data for improvement, it was your lowest rating, and the board agrees on that, at least in this um, survey. An effective leadership, rated yourself lower, but then a high agreement. Where we saw disagreement, so there are differences across the board, was culture and climate. So going back to that comment from Director Posgate, we're all over the place. We're all over the place in the data, and there was lots of disagreement there. A learning organization. You are leading a learning organization, and it's a component that you need to work on, but there isn't clarity across board members on what that means. And then again, innovation and creativity, again, where you rated yourself low, and there's some disagreement around that. So starting to get a picture showing up here. Now, I wanted to focus our attention on a few standards. Clearly standard 5. Now, if I had more time, I would love to walk you through these, but I'm just going to ask you a few questions on each of these. So if you have the report in front of you and you've taken notes, this is a good time to get that out. And what I'd like to do is just ask a few questions. So, what was standing out in standard 5 that board members saw?
Debbie's got some paperwork for us, Vince. 1 second.
Great.
think Q36 is a lot of yellow and some red on that one, which is programs approved by the board have effective data collection requirements and measurable results.
Yeah. And in fact, I think there was, I mean, I can get out of this presentation and actually look at the standard and bring them up on screen here. It's standard 5. So let's see. So there's plenty of disagreement, and you rated yourselves lower. And maybe the better question here is, has anything changed with the way the board is consuming data from last year to this year?
I don't know that I can answer that because I wasn't here last year.
Right?
Not that I can say.
Okay.
Seems that we're getting the same reports from administrators and from our super. So I can't say that it's been any different.
So then, I mean, the board rated itself low here. There's plenty of red here. There's plenty of yellow, and it's pretty consistent across years. So what might be getting in the way of using data more effectively at the governance level?
I think there's, possibly a, not necessarily a misunderstanding, but a variation in understanding what it means to use data. I really think that's what's presented here. I mean, we receive data, we could have good data, and it's reflective of outcomes. But are we, how do we as the board use that data, and are we taking that data and implementing any change? I think there's just truly variation in how each of us interpret that.
How do you think we could improve, or because this is by the board, right? So like these results that we're looking at are by this board.
Yeah.
So what do we think we could do to improve that? Should we like reference the data more frequently in our discussions, or should we be asking for more data? What are your thoughts?
Maybe it's when we're reviewing the data, being more clear in what we're reviewing, right? What our goal, and Andy, you do a great job of presenting it, not to say that that isn't the case, but we're not doing a great job of understanding what you're presenting. But really, what is our goal? This is what we've done. This is where we're at. Are we at the point, is our data reflective of the work we're doing? And at that point, as we're presenting, is there anything else we need to do or can do?
I wonder if there's some way that we can, when we make a decision, I think you, either Diana or you were talking about this, is like showing how we link the data we receive to that decision each time we make one, or if there's a process by which we could do that. I don't know what that process, maybe Vince, you have an idea what that process might look like.
Yeah, I definitely do, but I don't want to interrupt board members. I'm just getting input on where the board needs to go. So this is a great discussion. Keep going.
I just have a question. Is there a reason 2024 isn't on this? We skipped a year.
I think you skipped a year.
Okay. Okay, that's why I was just wondering.
Yeah.
What are your ideas, Vince?
Oh no, I'm not going to share ideas not right now, because I have a whopping 11 minutes with the board. So the next one so that was a really great discussion. Thank you so much. That kind of solidified some thoughts that I had already. So I'm just going to foreshadow here. I've already come up with some goal ideas coming out of this, and that I'd like to share with the board. So I just want to hear your discussion just to make sure that I'm not totally off the mark. And so I have some ideas for data and how to improve your practice with data and get you more comfortable. I want to move on to standard 7. And I'm gonna cruise down here where the standard 7 starts on. Standard 7 starts on page. It's page. Oh no,
19.
20. I think. Standard 7, Q49. Or right around there. Is this standard 6? Yeah. So again, what are you seeing there? And when you think about board culture and climate, what images or experiences are coming up for you? So I'm just trying to get a better understanding of why you think the board might have rated itself down here.
I think the two, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, Vincent, looking at the data between 22, 23, and 25, I think the board suggests that we're improving in that area.
Well, I was just gonna say something similar to that, is I think the two
Yeah.
questions that stick out to me is not improving as much is 54 and 50. Oh no, sorry, 54 and 51 don't, no, sorry. 50 and 54 do not show as much improvement, which is taking time to reflect and improve internal and external relationships is 50, and then 54 is board models and holds the district responsible for improving a culture of service. But overall, the rest of them do, I think, show a good amount of improvement.
Yeah, you showed improvement across all 12 standards. So I'm not asserting that the board isn't improving. You are improving.
And actually,
But we're seeing a lot of disagreement, and across years, we're seeing some people rating, all the time, where some of these are never. And so there's certainly disagreement, and pretty broad disagreement on the board. And so I'm trying to get a sense of that.
And actually, question number 50 is one that that we have addressed over the years. We've continued, this is like a continual improvement effort. I don't think we can ever get enough done or do enough to really to work on those relationships.
Any other comments on?
Andy's got it. Andy's got
Yeah.
it.
One of the past practices that I think's kind of slipped by the wayside is using this organizational time as, again, a kind of a board think tank time. Again, we used to, people were coming from work, so there was kind of like a light snack, and a lot of the conversation was just catching up and finding out what's going on and what people have seen in the district and what people have talked with people in the community about, and having just a broad kind of round robin conversation. That's something that's easy to go back to. But again, there's been like a series of true business meetings with presentations during this time that have kind of eaten that up for the board. And so again, it's like some agendas can be adjusted, and there may be some months where you want to have just a work session after the again, I don't want to schedule any more meetings for anybody. But again, maybe every other month, a work session of just here's the 5 things that I saw when I was walking around the elementary school. Right, again, whatever your set a goal at the first meeting of the month, and say in 2 weeks we're going to come back and we're going to say everybody's going to attend one elementary event, one middle school event, one high school event. What are the positives and what are the things you think could be improved, right? And if you have that time to discuss, because again, getting everybody together and having the time to sit and discuss is what you're missing. I think I may have also accidentally created a goal in there too, but that's a different story. But again, that's a way to approach it and say, hey, we got an elementary focus coming up this month. I went to these events. This is what I saw. and I have questions about these items.
Well, and I mean, I think that goal that you're talking about addresses question 54 as well. The board models and holds the district responsible for improving a culture of service. And I think just, you know, being in the schools and talking about what we're seeing in the schools, it really relates to that as well.
That is really helpful. Any other thoughts on this board culture piece? That's really helpful, Andy, that the board used to have work sessions and then has moved away from that. I see nodding heads. Okay, one last topic, and then I'll let you off the hook. The last one is standard 8, learning organization. So the board actually, I'm a little surprised that there was some disagreement here. Go back up to 8. No, that's systems thinking. Hold on. Yeah, the board, in particular, this one, question 56 in particular, the board creates and pursues opportunities to learn about research-based strategies to ensure continuous improvement for the next generation of learners. You certainly have been doing that around your own governance. I've been working with the board for a few years now. So I'm just curious, thoughts and reactions to this. And maybe this is related to the topic of work sessions, um, of having time to learn about your own practice and learn about what's happening in the district. So I'd love to hear reactions to this data or the questions here.
You know, again, Vince, on this one, standard 8, we've seen improvement overall in all related questions. So, you know, it's hard to really understand where maybe the disparity is without hearing from board members who, one standout who has a very negative response. So it's hard to understand, looking at this data, the way it's presented, what the issues are.
I think in like question 56, one of the, again, we spent a lot of time looking at data, and I tell you what we are doing with the data at the building level, but it may be, again, we looked at elementary literacy last year. We looked at baseline, mid-year, and then we came back in July and looked at end of the year growth. The question that's never been asked by the board, because you've never had the opportunity, is what are the strategies being implemented in the classroom that cause that swing in literacy rates? And then inviting, again, people that know the reading program to come in and present to you. That would help clear up some of the things that you're missing. Because again, I can give you all the data points, but again, what are the practical implementation pieces? And what is the science of learning behind that data piece that's going on in the classroom? If you had that, that would clear up, I think, quite a bit in learning organization.
Well, Andy, I don't want you to, I want to give you credit because you do provide a lot of that in your conversation. I do appreciate, though, it would be great to have some more concrete examples. Would love to see that, but don't, you do provide us with great examples in your narrative.
Can we just ask people to come and talk to us like that? That
Absolutely.
sounds great to me.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear from the people.
And again, that's why, again, having a work session every other month. Again, like I was a chemistry and math teacher, like kids came to me knowing how to read. The science behind learning to read is an elementary function. It is something that the elementary people know far better than I do. And having those people come in and go, hey, here's what we're doing with high dosage tutoring. Here's how we're doing small group instruction. Here's the theory behind walk to read, right? When explaining, and I understand learning theory, so it makes sense. But again, I've never had to practice it because, again, mine was, it was science and application of math. That's what.
And just to clarify, Andy, you're suggesting that you're talking about work session, the 30 minutes that we got
30
scheduled
minutes, or
prior
again,
to.
if it's something that's a bigger topic, again, if we're meeting on the second Wednesday of the month for a regular business meeting, and again, and then maybe you, again, have that, hey, we would like to know at a work session, and it could be the next meeting, or it could be, again, hey, we need 45-minute primer on what our reading strategies, how is math taught at the elementary, how does math transition from elementary to middle?
How do we ask that? Do we ask you to ask them if they would come in, or we don't,
Yes.
probably don't, we don't contact them directly?
No,
right?
no, it would come from
Okay,
me, again,
Cool.
this is what the board's looking for. Can you give them 10 minutes to explain this? And then we bring in 2 or 3 groups of teacher specialists that do that. Yeah.
Okay, just in the interest of time, we're like 1 minute over. So any other really quick comments before we leave this session and go into the regular meeting?
I have everything that I need at this point. I've taken notes on comments. This has been a really valuable discussion. What will come from me is a set of goals and actions that I'm going to suggest from the board based on this data and this discussion. Foreshadow work sessions are probably going to be a part of that. So, but. Yeah, so I would recommend that the board do this self-assessment again this coming spring. So we're not looking at data from previous board members, so it'll be a little more rewarding. And then I would strongly recommend the board budget a little more time to drill into this data a little more, significantly more deeply, and really take a hard look at it, because there's a lot more information here that's available. I yield back to the chair. Thank you so much for the time. Very much appreciate it.
And thank you very much for joining us all these times. Appreciate it a lot.
Thanks.
No
Vince.
problem. Take care, folks.
Okay, with that, we're going straight from work session into the regular session. And I get to do this. Usually I just jump when Director Lacanteur does it. So I declare that the public session is now called to order. Our mission statement is motivating and preparing all students to reach their greatest potential. So I'd like to welcome everybody. There's quite a few people in the audience tonight, and everybody that is out in the other land out there. Before we get too much farther, in case anyone's questioning, I am not Director Lacanteur. I am Vice Chair Milton Berger. I'm taking over for a while. Hopefully he's on his way here. I had a pre-engagement, but he's, I'm sure, working very, very quickly.
Hey.
Why, thank you, Dr. Boskett. I appreciate that. In case anyone was, confused or anything. Okay, so we do have a quorum. If we can go to attendance.
Chair Lacanteur, Vice Chair Milton Berger,
Present.
Director Pollitt, Director Cole,
Present.
Director Haberly,
Present.
Director Posgate,
Present.
Director Pimlott,
Present.
Student Representative Emmanuel Ponce Zamora,
Present.
Student Representative Lily Clemens,
Present.
Student Representative Grace Frank. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, the next thing on our agenda is Pledge of Allegiance, and we understand that we have a high school student with us, Robert Guerrero. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Roberto Guerrero.
Roberto Guerrero. Okay,
Come on
thank
up,
you.
Roberto. I'm very excited for you all to meet Roberto, and I apologize for fumbling. These are regrettable but necessary now, and I'm getting used to the glasses. Most of our SHS students have been part of Siuslaw schools since elementary school. The social dice can be cast early, and it can be difficult for new students to feel welcomed in to kind of find their footing in the structures and dynamics. That's not the case for Roberto. Roberto came to us about a month and a half into 9th grade, not ideal circumstances for starting high school, but he quickly established a group of friends, and it's a group of friends that kind of pulls from all the different crowds in school. One of the things we really hope for kids. He's liked by just about everyone, which is evidenced by this year having been selected as the junior homecoming prince last October. He's carrying nearly a 3.5 GPA, and he's taking some challenging classes. He's hardworking, diligent, and likes to stay busy. And above all, He's nice. And that's the one thing that kept coming up when I asked your teachers. Mr. Gunning reports Roberto's a very outgoing student with a real passion for natural resources. He spends his summers in the woods with his tribe and OSU. He loves to share his excitement for the class and about what he has learned over the summers. Roberto has a great sense of humor and has been such a joy to classmates and teachers. Mr. Martins echoes much the same, saying Roberto is very enthusiastic as an office aide. He often says, and we love this question, do you have anything for me to do? He loves to take on big projects, and we can give him general directions like, hey, let's go clean up this classroom or this common space, and he'll take the initiative, filling in his own blanks. He's hugely competent, good-humored, and affable. If you don't know what affable means, that's a compliment. Mrs. Holden writes, I have Roberto for pride. He cares deeply about his academic performance, even to the point of frustration if something doesn't come out just the way he wants it. He strives to maintain a straight A average, and when that's a challenge to maintain the A, he puts in the extra time and the effort to work toward full understanding. He's also a good friend to his peers. His interactions are lighthearted, funny, kind, and nice. This year, he's working as an office aide in 7th period, and we're asking a lot of our office aides this year. They run notes and errands just like they always have, but this year they're also working the counter and they're answering phones. And Roberto performs these tasks very well. Most people who call in, if he doesn't announce himself as a student, would have no idea they're talking to a student. That's great. For a lot of visitors conducting business in the office, he's the only one they have contact with. And I'm thrilled that we get to showcase one of our students in this prominent position as an office aide. And I'm thrilled for you all to know Roberto. You're better off for having met him tonight. He's joined tonight by his Uncle Bob, who's in the audience with us. So Roberto, if you would lead us in the flag salute. Of course.
Please place your wrist. Yeah, okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Now you're going to head up this way and they've got some photos.
All right, thank you. That was a great way to start the meeting. Okay, next do we have Austin Nunes, student liaison? All right, you're on.
Hi, everyone. So I want to start off by talking about our junior president, Charlie Johnson. At the start of the month, she had a food drive at the middle school, which turned out very well, and I'm very happy for her. She'd been working on this since right before we got out of school, and she's just been planning since then. Next up, our varsity boys and girls basketball teams, along with cheer, is going to be heading to the MAC court at the University of Oregon this Friday for a tournament, and we're very excited to cheer them on. We also today had our advanced art class go on a field trip to U of O to look at their art gallery. Next up, our environmental club is hosting a street cleanup this Saturday at 10 a.m. and everyone's invited to come. And lastly, on campus, our senior Christmas tree is officially up, and we're getting ready for our last week of school before winter break. Some of the things that we're planning are Spirit Week, a fun assembly on Monday. Tuesday, we're having, during Pride, we're announcing Roadie Court. And after we're done announcing Roadie Court, we're planning a fun basketball tournament. They also had, Roadie Court had their interviews today, which I heard turned out very well. And then on Friday, we're having our annual pancake breakfast in the morning to end off our week. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is approving the agenda. And if you've noticed on your Here we have an addition to make. We've had a complaint that we need to deal with or talk about. So when we make the motion, if we could include whoever does it, read what's on here to include executive session at the end of this evening.
So agenda approval of the agenda item 121025.2.6. Again, superintendent, board chair, vice chair meet to prepare the agenda 1 week prior to the board meeting. Items of business may be suggested by any board member, staff member, student, or citizen of the district by notifying the superintendent at least 8 working days prior to the meeting. Any changes to the agenda must be approved by majority vote.
Motion to approve the agenda with the addition of 7.7 executive session. How much do you need of it, Maureen?
The whole thing.
Okay. ORS 192.6602B, dismissal, discipline, complaint charges. For the board to convene to executive session pursuant to 192.6602B to consider dismissal or discipline of, or to hear charges of complaints against an officer, employee, staff member, or agent if the individual does not request an open meeting.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made by Director Pollitt and seconded by Director Haberly to go into executive session to include item 7.7. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. All right, do we have any public comments? We have one public comment, Mr. Mike Allen.
Well, good evening, Chair, Board members, Superintendent, and particularly new representatives. I'm glad to see you here. I'm Mike Allen. Well, I heard you earlier say that you were talking about the standards and that one of the areas that I picked up on really quickly was how are we improving on climate? And I didn't get an answer from the board, but I did want to get up here and tell you that from my standpoint, at the actual school level, they are working hard on climate. And as you know, and I came here a couple of, probably 6 months ago and talked to you about a climate education bill that was actually passed this year. And several of you supported that. I did, our group did as well. So one of the things we wanted to do as a group was to meet with the principals of each of our schools. And I have to say, thank you, Mike, Andy, and Amy. They all were very receptive. We spent an hour with them with up to 10 people. And we found out that they're really doing a great job already. I mean, this climate bill will be taking over several years to fully implement, but you've already started. We hopefully that we can be part of that process. One thing just a little sidebar here. Amy brought in one of her teachers who does a Earth stewardship class. And she brought in something that really captured my attention. She said that her little guys, and I guess it's what, 1st through 3rd grades, get a Baby Lorax Award. You'll know what the Lorax is? That was Dr. Seuss's book about how we destroyed the trees. So that is my new mascot. You'll see me more about that. So hopefully you realize that you're at the actual working levels. They're really doing a good job on that, and we'll continue with that. Now I'm just finishing off our last session of the facilities meeting, and this is the second time I've been on that. Wonderful process, 2 years in the making, and I look forward to a good decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Anyone else that has turned in at the last minute a public comment request?
I'm a little nervous. All right. Well, hello, everyone. Thank you. It's nice to see high schoolers here. That's really cool. Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity to express my excitement at the opening of Whitmore Classical Academy. Like many of my community members, I am a transplant. I moved here with my 2 young boys over 12 years ago and have had experience with both the benefits and drawbacks of the school district in Florence. All these years later, when considering where to send my 5-year-old daughter to school, we had some complicated decisions to make. Do we try again with public school or homeschool? Can we give up an entire income to do homeschool? Those are very hard questions, very hard choices, and many families are in the same position. But I'm not here to criticize the Siuslaw schools. But to a point, okay, I'm not here to criticize the schools, but to point out that the curriculum delivered by the Oregon Department of Education is not working. Generally speaking, the Common Core curriculum experiment that began in 2010 has proven ineffective and has already been removed in several states. I can't even tell you how many parents I know, like myself, have struggled helping our kids with these new methods. Math specifically had me wondering if it was meant to confuse and not teach. We were happy to be able to teach our middle schooler old school math during COVID. Now he has a wonderful understanding of the math he is learning in 8th grade, even propelling himself into the advanced class. My oldest son is getting ready to graduate from Siuslaw High School next spring, and he will be moving on to welding school. We are very grateful the high school has had such a dedicated welding teacher in Mr. Smith, AKA Josh, and such a well-funded program. It's likely my son will owe his life success to the education he received at Siuslaw. I don't mean to not show appreciation by supporting the opening of another school. Siuslaw has been really good to my boys, especially in the areas of sports and electives. However, Siuslaw has not delivered academically. That's why it seems so disheartening when nearly every mention of Whitmore on Facebook is followed by a slew of hateful comments by anonymous people. We don't even know what relationship these anonymous people have to the school district. I see the divide within the community, and the feeling of mutual betrayal is toxic. We have a lot of parents in town who feel the schools betrayed their pledge to educate, while taxpayers feel Whitmore is a betrayal of their hard-earned tax dollars. We need the truth to settle this. The truth is, Whitmore is well supported in the community. After all, hundreds of people have donated millions to this effort. That doesn't sound like something the people here don't want. It just takes a minute to find the proficiency rates for Siuslaw online. None of the schools exceed 40% proficiency in math or reading. The high school boasts 14% in math proficiency. It's pretty disappointing. Our kids deserve a better education, and the teachers deserve better material. But unfortunately, our districts are under the heavy hand of the failing Oregon Department of Education and lobbyists at the state level who lead the teachers' unions. Frankly, after COVID, the teachers' unions showed us all how little they really care about education. When the idea of a charter school in Florence was introduced a couple of years ago, it certainly got my attention. When I heard it would be classical education curriculum, I got excited. And to directly address some of the recent gossip on Facebook, Whitmore is absolutely not a Christian school. Christian schools primarily still use modern learning models. Am I done? Okay. Okay.
That's fine if you want to.
Not much longer. We still use modern learning models which mirror Common Core. And while I believe in Christianity, I would be just as angry if an atheist, if an educator were discussing religion with my child. A classical education is different from both religious and public schools, so we can put that argument to rest. At Whitmore, we have a chance to go back to old-fashioned consistency, structure, less technology, high expectations, and character education. An educational system designed to keep the politics and religion of the day out of the classroom and prepare our kids for success, not just keeping the status quo. A system that produces well-rounded kids who will one day be the fellow members of society we really need to rely on. It truly prepares people for the world of teaching them how to think, not what to think. In this quickly changing and complex world, we need that now more than ever. I'm so excited to watch my daughter flourish in this environment. I truly hope we can come together as a community and look at the opportunities in front of us. The opening of a charter school is an excellent way to entice prospective families to Florence. Both schools will likely look to each other to find the right fit for students. There will always be students that thrive better in one environment over another, and now we will have the options to meet the needs of more students. Much like Mapleton and Siuslaw have relied on each other for decades to help find the best space for different learners, Whitmore will be a valuable resource for many families in the community.
Thank you. Could you
Thank
tell
you.
us your name again? I missed it.
Sha Hendricks.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you for your time. The next thing on the agenda is Sources of Strength program from the Sayusla Middle School.
Good afternoon. I'm just up here to give a quick introduction and let these guys take it away. So we started Sources of Strength about 4 years ago. And Ms. Reynolds and Riley Stanger is our student representative from Sources this evening. We'll tell you a little bit more about it, but it's been quite the evolving program over the last few years. I'm proud to say that Ms. Reynolds took it over last year, and she's really just done a fantastic job with the kids. It's now an elective class, and kids are not only nominated, but they also choose to take that class over some of the other electives. And so it really has been a very powerful program and an important part of our school culture. So who's starting?
Mr. Stanger.
All right.
Oh.
Riley's gonna.
Well, you're right. Well, we're missing Miss Bailey.
Yes.
So she was
here,
going
I'll-
to do the intros.
You gotta get somewhat.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I wore my tall shoes. So I'm Miss Reynolds, Audrey Reynolds. So Miss Bailey, she's a Sayusla Middle School counselor. We work closely together, collaborating with the elementary school as well. She's absent tonight, so I'm gonna read her slide, and I'll let Mr. Stinger take it away.
Hello, my name is Riley Stanger. I've been in Sources of Strength for 3 years now. I have 2 sisters who have both taken a part in this program. My older sister, Zoe Stanger, she has done it for the only year she was with Sayusla Middle School when we moved here. And my younger sister was just started now from 6th grade. I'd like to talk about how it started off as a program. It started off as a club. So we would meet like twice a month and talk about this program. And then we turned it into an advisory, which we met every day in advisory for the second half of the year. And then we got it convinced to be an elective. And from an elective, we've had many people join out of curiosity of what it is. And we've started showing the schools, including the elementary and the middle school, what our program is. We focus on suicide prevention and mental health, like helping. So like to get this clear, we're not student counselors. We're trying to get people help with who they need and like good relationships with teachers and people around the school. So like we'll share about our experiences and past during class and work forward with that and keep it in that room. Nothing leaves there. So we tell our stories and the stories stay and our lessons leave. We like to do lessons to help people know who we are. So last year we did this dodgeball tournament. In this tournament, we asked students questions to get back in, and it kind of showed everyone who we are, what we are. And since then, we've had many new members, including my sister who joined. I've had lots of fun and experience with this class. We've gone to the elementary and done teachings there to help the 5th graders who are going into 6th grade know who we are. There's been lots of 6th graders joining this year thanks to that. But now we want to move this up to the high school too. Make this an elective or class or advisory or club up there. Get something up there so that we can spread it throughout all 3 schools. And maybe also possibly like share our ideas with other middle schools like near us, like Mapleton, Marshfield, like those close nearby schools that would probably also benefit from this class.
So like I said, I'm Audrey Reynolds. At Sayusla Middle School, we run these campaigns that the students, who we call peer leaders, are completely in charge of. They do the planning, they do the execution, they do all of it. A campaign and it's a little different than a normal campaign. A campaign in Sources of Strength terms is a school-wide peer-led initiative using creative activities such as posters, lessons, and events throughout the school. This is to promote hope, help, and strength by focusing on 8 protective factors to prevent suicide and promote well-being. The 8 factors include family, friends, mentors, healthy activities, generosity, spirituality, and physical and mental health. For example, at the start of the school year, it's September, which is Suicide Prevention and Awareness Month. We usually we make that our main focus. This year, as you can see in the PowerPoint slide, the kids voted on Spider-Man to be the theme. So last year we did the postcard idea as well to go with the bulletin board. And the postcard is mainly to uplift your friend or a random person you see in the hallway. And on this postcard had suicide risk factors, and also had some resources that you can reach out to if you ever needed the help or run into a friend that might need the help. So that's something that I know the kids really enjoy, and they continued the postcard idea, which I think is a great idea, because also the postcard is located in my classroom, and this is a year-round thing that if, say Riley sees a friend having a tough day, he can fill out a postcard and hopefully make that friend's day. And so that's just one campaign. There are also campaigns that just include the monthly bulletin board. Our bulletin board is located right at the bottom of the stairs where all the students pass in the commons. And this bulletin board, like I said, the peer leaders, they do all the work. I'm just kind of a adult in the room. And they focus on one specific one specific strength on the wheel. So if you can see on that little Oregon pie, each one of those colors represents one of those 8 factors that I had mentioned before. And so we try to focus on one every month, at least on the bulletin board. And then the kids, they get into groups, they do the brainstorming, they plan it out, they come up with the theme, they come up with the words, they do the, they actually post it on the bulletin board. So I'm really excited about that. Another thing that we've done, and this was just for Sources of Strength peer leaders, was a lock-in. That was really fun, really tested how much I can stay awake at night. When I said lock-in, it was all-nighter. And that was something that it was meant to build trust and strengthen connections between Sources of Strength students, while also providing that fun and relaxing environment for the kids. We also went up to the high school and included the past Sources of Strength students, which I think was really great for the current and past students to kind of get together and have that fun. One activity, just a little side note, that we did during that lock-in was, it was around Easter. So with spirituality, we did an Easter egg hunt. And so they got into groups and they did an Easter hunt around the middle school. And all these kids are leadership kids. They're kids that they're doing well in school. You can trust them. If I leave the classroom with 24 kids, I'm not worried. And like to run a print or something, right? So all trustworthy kids. So when I said they were doing the egg hunt, wasn't anything crazy. But that's just one thing that the kids really look excited for. And I think they're excited for next year too. Shout out to Graybill. He helped me plan the Easter egg hunt. We also include some lunch activities. So sometimes peer leaders plan activities during lunch to kind of reach every student. Because sometimes, as you guys know, time is everything in a classroom. And so taking away that time to give a lesson is really tough. So we do lunch activities and they promote it with either announcements, with the daily announcements, or doing posters throughout the school. These usually only run a couple days. Some examples that we've done in the past was a positive friend or a mentor bingo card. And so during lunch, the kids they grabbed a bingo card and they had to go find a positive friend or mentor that matched whichever bingo. And then once they had a bingo, they came in, turned it in. We also did shout outs during that week for a positive friend or mentor. And then at the end of the week, we announced those shout outs, and there was teachers getting shout outs and admin getting shout outs, all staff, there was kids. It was really cool to see. So what we decided as a class was to continue those shout outs. And so after that Friday lunch, we just, every Friday during announcements, I would give Miss Wiggins a couple shout outs and she would read them during the announcements. So it's really cool to see all the students kind of come together like that. And lastly, as Mr. Riley had mentioned, we did what's called a Sources of Strength Week. And that was kind of to wrap up the school year and to review what Sources of Strength was before summer break hits, because as everybody know, when breaks hits, it's kind of tough on students. And so to remind the students of that toolbox that they built, right, with all the risk factors or all the factors that they can lean on, the protective factors, and maybe some ideas that they can use during summer. With this week-long activity, this was during lunch and during advisory. So during lunch, we focused on mental health awareness, because that was also Mental Health Awareness Month. So we gave away some free goodies that is like keychains and little things like that. Kids were excited about. And then during advisory was the dodgeball tournament, which all the kids love. And then at the end, of the week, we did whoever won out of the student, because it was grade level, first grade level, whoever won the grade level tournament, were able to play against the staff members. And so that was really fun. And then the staff members, a lot of broken bones and stuff. So we had to pull, some people from the high school. So that was exciting to get the high school kids on the staff members team.
That made that all the most.
But 8th grade still won. So yeah, we still lost. So we're looking forward to this year. And we're hoping to continue that. Yeah, we're coming at you now. And lastly, with community service, sorry, going the wrong way. Okay. Lastly, with community service, peer leaders are also learning about helping others without knowing who that person is. So for example, every Thursday, a group of peer leaders led by an 8th grader named Emma Larson, they walk over to the elementary school, they sign out, they walk over to the elementary school, grab the food bags, and then come back to the middle school with the food bags for the middle school kids. And every kid, every Thursday, they know what's coming, and every kid right away, Emma, come on, please. They're so eager to help. They might be wanting to get out of class, but they're so eager to help. And when they get back, they always get a treat. So they're excited about that. But with one thing with community service, that is something that I am trying to build with Sources of Strength. So I'm always looking forward to any new ways or ideas or any different opportunities that may come up. So I'm always here if anybody wants to listen or give me any tips. So I'm gonna read Miss Bailey's notes. If I say I mean Miss Bailey. So having worked in different districts, Brandy recognized that the Siuslaw School District had this really awesome small community that allowed for collaboration with our schools and families that are just right down the street, literally same street. Having worked at Siuslaw High School, West, Siuslaw Middle School, and the elementary, Miss Bailey was amazed at the amount of families that we all have the honor and privilege to work with, because there are generations here, which I found out as well. Sources of Strength is not just a slogan or a canned program, but it is a mindset that helps and keeps our students safe, creates a positive culture, and students understand the importance of the message to reach out for help. With that being said, the evolution of the program has allowed us to build in leadership roles for students that are ready to be and become better leaders in our community and world. While at the elementary school and as a counselor that helps with the transition to 6th grade from the elementary, Miss Bailey wanted fifth graders to feel more prepared, welcomed, and excited about moving to the middle school. There was a lot of anxiety in speaking with students about crossing the parking lot, changing classes, and entering in as new students. Then there were the sources of strength students, ready for the crazy ideas. And even better, the fifth grade team that was open and willing to and ready to listen to our pilot idea to bring student leaders in to facilitate lessons from the sources of strength curriculum, lead activities, and do recess mentoring. Without the help of the fifth grade team and administration, we would not have been able to bring our peer leaders into the hallways they used to walk and help future SMS fights prepare for middle school and deal with everyday stressors. That is sources of strength at the middle school. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for taking time to make that presentation for such an incredible program. Okay. Okay, next on the agenda is our delightful mandatory reporting training video that we started last month, unless there's a way we can, is it too late to?
If you want to push it off to January, you can push it off to January. That's fine, but we also have a kind of give people a tentative timeline for some agenda items about 7:30. So keep that in mind. Yeah, because I looked at what was on the agenda and I said I would estimate a certain item would start around 7:30. I mean, you can push it. I just I can tell you it's not going to take me 27 minutes to cover the consent agenda.
Okay,
So-
should we go on with the agenda the way it is with the mandatory training or? Okay.
Yeah, my concern was all the
That's-
people in the
that's what
house,
I was
but if
thinking,
that,
there's a
if
lot of
they're
people.
planning on 7:30, then sure.
Oh, okay. I just didn't, never mind. Okay, so we're very ready for this wonderful video.
You all get to watch this video with us.
It's
It's
very-
so much fun.
Interesting.
Purposes of Oregon's sexual conduct definition, a student is defined as any person who is in any grade from pre-kindergarten through grade 12 or 21 years of age or younger and receiving educational or related services from an education provider that's not a post-secondary institution, or who was previously known as a student by the person engaging in sexual conduct and who left school or graduated from high school within 1 year prior to the sexual conduct. And I want to take a moment just to focus on this last bullet point because that 1 year is in bold because that used to be 90 days. The definition of student was revised in 2024 to go from 90 days to 1 year, and this was done to provide broader protection to students by extending the length of time that a person is considered a student in relation to prohibited sexual conduct involving school employees, agents, contractors, or volunteers. Okay, so what are the reporting obligations under Oregon's sexual conduct law? And these reporting obligations are specific to school employees, but as board members, I think it's important for you to be aware of them as well. So under Oregon law, any employee who has reasonable cause to believe that sexual conduct has occurred is required to report that information to a designated licensed administrator. And that designated licensed administrator should be identified in your school's suspected sexual conduct policy. Once that designated licensed administrator receives that information, they're then required to place the alleged perpetrator on paid administrative leave, take any necessary steps to secure the student's safety, and may conduct an internal investigation if it's appropriate. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about whether a school investigation is appropriate in a couple slides. The designated licensed administrator is also required to notify TSPC if the alleged perpetrator is licensed and ODE if the alleged perpetrator is non-licensed. And a question that we get sometimes from administrators is they know they need to make a report, but they're not quite sure where to make that report. So I've included as a resource just links to both TSPC and ODE sexual misconduct reporting forms, which are at the bottom of the slide here. While you are all mandatory reporters, so which means you're required to report any suspected child abuse to DHS or law enforcement, you are not legally obligated, like school employees are, to report sexual conduct, as long as that conduct does not also meet the definition of child abuse. But I should put an asterisk there. With that said, I like to think of the phrase, see something, say something. So if you observe a concerning, suspicious behavior, even if you don't think it triggers your mandatory duty to report, you should still report that information to your superintendent for any further handling that is appropriate. Also, sometimes we get questions about whether certain behavior is abuse or not. So in those situations, we always recommend erring on the side of caution and contacting DHS and or law enforcement, and they can help you make the determination whether you need to make a report. And I'll say there's no downside to making that call to DHS or law enforcement. The worst thing that they're going to tell you is that, no, you don't need to make the report. I think it was included, actually, I know it was included in a previous slide, but we included the DHS abuse hotline on this slide as well. They are open, available 24/7, 365 days a year. And I think I'm going to turn it over to Spencer to talk about this policy.
Yep, here's another policy. It looks very similar to the one that I talked about a few minutes ago. The one I talked about a few minutes ago was around child abuse. This one is around sexual conduct. And so Haley and Callan have shown the different definitions. Yes, they may overlap in some situations, but they are two distinct definitions. And as board members, very distinct obligations for you. As far as legal reporting and things go. But if you were to compare these two policies side by side, you would notice a lot of similarities. And again, just like with the last policy, encourage you to look at your current policy. This one was actually just updated at the end of last year around the definition of a student. And so I'd encourage you to look at that and make sure that it gets updated. If it hasn't been done already, make sure that that happens soon. There's also an AR that walks through a lot of the details. Some of that we're talking about today, some of which are really specific to employees and how they process reports and things like that.
I like diagrams. So this is just an overlapping Venn diagram just to illustrate that. I mean, as Spencer was saying, depending on the type of conduct, it may only constitute child abuse. Other types of misconduct may only be considered sexual conduct, but there are instances where there's going to be overlap, where the behavior is going to be both child abuse and sexual conduct. So it's just really important to be familiar with your mandatory reporting obligations and your school's sexual conduct and child abuse policies, so that if you see behavior, you know whether it triggers your mandatory duty to report, or whether you need to notify your superintendent, or potentially both. Or again, if you don't know whether it constitutes child abuse, again, you can always call law enforcement and or DHS, and they can help you make that determination. Okay, so there are some specific district obligations when they receive reports of suspected child abuse and or sexual conduct. Designated licensed administrators have certain legal obligations that they are required to comply with anytime they receive a report of suspected abuse or sexual conduct. And one of those obligations is to place the alleged perpetrator on paid administrative leave. And as Haley said, this is not an option. And again, it has to be paid administrative leave. They can't require the employee to use their own accrued pay time during that period. They need to pay the employee as if they were reporting to work during that time period. Common question we receive is, once the employee is out on paid administrative leave, how long they are required to keep the employee out on paid administrative leave. So if an employee is placed on paid administrative leave based on a report of suspected sexual conduct, that employee must remain under Oregon law on paid administrative leave until TSPC or ODE has determined that the report is either substantiated, or that the report cannot be substantiated, or that it is not a report of sexual conduct. After the school receives that determination from TSPC or ODE, they can take that information and then determine whether any school policy has been violated, and then they can take an employment action if appropriate. There's a nearly identical requirement for employees placed on paid admin leave based on a report of suspected abuse. So if an employee is placed on paid administrative leave based on a report of suspected abuse, that employee must remain on paid administrative leave until law enforcement or DHS has determined that the report is substantiated, it cannot be substantiated, or that it is not a report of abuse. And again, similar to the prior slide, after the school receives that determination from DHS and or law enforcement, they can then take that information, determine whether a school policy has been violated, and then they can take the appropriate employment action. Another question we get sometimes is, what if the report of suspected abuse or sexual conduct involves a contractor, agent, or volunteer? So when a licensed administrator receives a report of suspected abuse or suspected sexual conduct by a contractor, an agent, or volunteer, the school must prohibit the contractor, agent, or volunteer from providing services to the school if the school determines that there is reasonable cause to support a report of abuse or sexual conduct. So as a best practice, what we recommend is if a designated licensed administrator receives a report of suspected abuse or suspected sexual conduct by a contractor, agent, or volunteer, we are advising that they immediately prohibit that individual from continuing to provide services to the school. Investigations. So anytime a designated licensed administrator receives a report of suspected abuse or suspected sexual conduct, they're going to be required to report to a third-party agency. That may be DHS or law enforcement or TSPC or ODE or all of those agencies, depending on whether the conduct is child abuse, sexual conduct, or both. That designated licensed administrator is also required to take steps to secure the student's safety, and as I mentioned before, they may conduct an investigation if it's appropriate. However, schools are not permitted to investigate any allegations of child abuse without first getting permission from DHS and or law enforcement. And they're not permitted to investigate any allegations of sexual conduct without first getting permission from ODE or TSPC. While schools can choose to conduct their own investigation after they receive permission from DHS or law enforcement or TSPC and or ODE, we do advise that remind schools that they can rely on an investigation conducted by these agencies to take an employment action. So in other words, there's not always a need for schools to conduct their own investigation. There are some abuse and sexual conduct training requirements that all employees are required to complete, as well as students, and as well as information that volunteers, agents, and contractors must be provided. So in addition to the required annual sexual conduct training that employees must complete, all employees must also be trained each year on appropriate electronic communications with students. And then volunteers, agents, and contractors must be provided with information on prevention and identification of abuse and sexual conduct, reporting obligations, and appropriate electronic communications with students. And this information should be provided before those individuals start providing services to the school. And then finally, students must be provided with training that is designed to prevent abuse and sexual conduct. Mackenzie was mentioning requirements to have posters in schools. You are required to have, schools are required to have an updated abuse and sexual conduct poster and must be posted in every single building. There's an example of a mandatory reporter poster. I've included a link at the bottom where you can access it. If you need copies, we are happy to provide them to you, and I'm sure we can get them to you somehow. And now I think I'm passing it back over to Spencer for background check requirements.
Yeah, thanks, Callan. Most of what's been talked about thus far has been reactionary. After there has been some type of child abuse or sexual conduct, what are the obligations of districts, employees, everybody involved there? Now we're going to talk a little bit about background check requirements, which is one of the things that you can do to hopefully limit the amount of sexual conduct or child abuse that's happening in your schools. And I think it makes sense to look at this as two different types of background checks. The first is a background check that is, your typical fingerprint or other criminal background check. And those are often done through ODE. Sometimes they're through other entities, but they're looking at criminal history. They're looking at that individual's legal background to see if there's anything in there. The other part, and this is a newer part, is when you're hiring an employee or a contractor, or you would reach out to either TSBC or ODE to essentially ask, or not, you're reaching out to the previous employers, sorry, reaching out to those to see whether or not there has been an investigation into sexual conduct. And so we're going to talk about those two requirements, those two different types of background checks, and how they apply to different individuals. But the first thing, these really apply to individuals who are going to have direct unsupervised contact with students. And this is volunteers, contractors, employees of contractors, anybody who's going to be in your schools doing something that may have direct unsupervised contact with students. And the definition of direct unsupervised contact with students means contact with students that provides an opportunity and probability. So there's the opportunity and a good chance that these individuals could have personal communication or touch when not under direct supervision. And I think it's really important to recognize this includes communication as well as physical touch. So that's important to think about. And as you think about all the individuals that might be in your schools, contractors, volunteers, is there a chance, are they going to be walking through the halls? Are they going to be in a situation where they might be alone with a student or have the ability to communicate privately with a student? So that's what we mean when we talk about direct unsupervised contact with students. And then the third bullet here, and this goes along with everything that Mackenzie and Haley and Callan have said. When in doubt, we want to be cautious. This is a situation that if we can prevent child abuse from happening, we certainly want to do so. So we take a cautious approach. And if we have a doubt, then we're going to go ahead with at least a criminal background check and potentially a fingerprint background check of those individuals. The first group that I want to talk about in a little bit more detail is volunteers. So again, these are volunteers that might have direct unsupervised contact with students. And we often get the question around board members. As a board member, do I have to be background checked? And the answer is, strictly in your board member role, the answer is no. Because you're attending meetings, you may even be attending those virtually. Being a board member doesn't give you access to students. But you're on the board because you care about kids. You probably have students in the district, or you have at some point. You've probably volunteered in some capacity in the district. So if you're going to serve as a volunteer in some capacity, you would go through the same background check requirements as any other individual. And that includes, if you happen to be licensed, that includes through TSPC. For non-licensed, that includes through ODE. And you're required to have a policy on background checks for volunteers. And this is included for most districts, within their background check policy. It's policy GCDA, GDDA, and it goes through some of the requirements and some of the process for background checks for your volunteers. In most instances, districts recognize, hey, if you're going to have direct unsupervised contact with students, we're going to do a criminal records check on you. Not necessarily fingerprints for every volunteer, because that can get expensive. Most districts just go with the criminal records check, and you're required to have that check complete. There's not a list of prohibited crimes for volunteering. That's something that the district is going to have to make the decision on. Many districts, however, also require fingerprint background checks for certain types of volunteers. Suppose you have a coach that is a volunteer, and they're going to be going on overnight trips, or maybe they're the head coach. So they are the district's representative. They're in charge of a group of kids that might be traveling. And you want to make sure, you might say, oh, that type of a volunteer, we're going to make sure, we want to be extra safe here. We're going to do a fingerprint background check for those types of volunteers. And those options are listed in policy GCDA, GDDA. And I would encourage you to look at that and see what that process might look like for volunteers. You may be very familiar with it, like I said, because you may have signed up, you may be a volunteer in your district, and hopefully you've gone through that same process as any other volunteer would. The next background check, and these are going to look very similar. The process is very similar, but it's worth identifying and recognizing that they apply in multiple situations for contractors. So if you have licensed contractors, that are going to have direct unsupervised contact with students that are coming into your district. The district's going to reach out to TSPC. For non-licensed contractors, they're going to go through ODE. And then there's also those checks are really for the sexual conduct. And then you also have the criminal record background check that's going to be done through ODE as well. So multiple steps, multiple things that are going to be done around those contractors. And probably the most comprehensive is around employees. And when we're talking about employees, if they're licensed employees, the background checks are typically done through TSPC in order to obtain their licensure. But for non-licensed employees, you're going to go through ODE to get the criminal background check completed, and also to look for any type of a report or an investigation around sexual conduct. You are not allowed to hire any employee that has a crime that has been convicted of a crime that's listed in ORS 342-143, and we commonly refer to that as the forever crimes list. If you've been convicted of one of those crimes, you are not allowed to be employed in the district. Another piece, just because this is along that line and part of that, anytime you're hiring someone, the district should confirm their license with TSPC, just to make sure that they have the license that not only they need for the position, but also the license that they claim to have in their application materials. We have, like I said, we've got policy GCDA, GDDA. It was last updated in April of 2024. So it's a good one for you to look at and start to understand, oh, what does that process look like? You as board members, again, you're not going to be involved in all of the details, collecting applications, running checks and things like that. But it's worth looking at and then asking the administration, hey, is this working? Is there anything else that you need? Do you have additional questions that we as a board can support you and help you on? And I think that brings us to the end. I'll turn it back over to Haley. You can see my contact information is there under policy. Pace Legal is there as well. And we can get you the information for Mackenzie as well. So back to Haley.
Thank you, Spencer. We have a few minutes, so if anyone has any questions they want to put in the Q&A, we're happy to try to answer those. I did want to mention a couple of you asked questions about employees asking their administrator about reporting and the administrator telling them not to report and that sort of thing. That is something that we have heard of as well. Again, for child abuse, it's mandatory that employees report to DHS or police regardless of what their supervisor says. And yes, they will be protected from retaliation if they are fulfilling their legal obligation to report child abuse. Sexual conduct is a little bit different because school staff are not obligated to report sexual conduct directly to TSPC or ODE. They are required to report it to their licensed administrator. OSBA has actually introduced a bill this session that would require school staff to make that report directly on their own to TSPC or ODE, because we have heard of situations where administrators are not reporting information that may be sexual conduct. And again, I think most of the time administrators are doing what they're supposed to be doing and reporting these things, but you get situations every once in a while where that's not happening. And so we're doing what we can legislatively to try to fix that particular problem. And I do not see any additional.
There was another question came in, Haley, and I am not positive on the answer for it. So I'm going to read it to you and let you answer. Is employment fingerprinting a one and done deal, or do school employees periodically get rechecked? Say you have a 25-year employee, do they only get checked at the beginning? And I believe the requirement is that it only be done at the beginning. I know with volunteers, it's not uncommon for districts to recheck or have volunteers resubmit every, I think 3 years is the most common. But as far as employment goes, it's usually once at the beginning. And then if there's any issue, then those are generally reported to the district from law enforcement or someone else. But Haley, if you know more on that, or if I'm incorrect, then please correct me.
No, you're correct. It's at beginning of employment, but we highly recommend that the school adopt some sort of regular process for that. Oftentimes they will learn of a conviction via rumor or just learn that one of their staff members is in jail for some reason. And having some sort of system in place to kind of check on that every once in a while would definitely be recommended. Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you for joining us this evening, and thank you, Mackenzie.
Okay.
Vice Chair,
Yeah.
may we take 2 minutes to stand and stretch?
Sure. We've got a lot to cover. I just want to, okay. 1.5 minutes stretch. Okay. Okay, if we could call the meeting back to order. Now, see, that worked. I don't have to be as violent as some people who sit in the seat. Okay, thank you for that suggested break. I think we all kind of needed it after that. It was kind of a long and dry presentation, but very, very needed. So, okay, the next very important thing on our agenda is the consent agenda.
Okay, consent agenda, consent business, item 121025-5.0. This month's consent agenda contains the following items. November 19th, board meeting minutes, November 2025 financial statement, enrollment update for the month, and then policies, JFCA, JFCAR, student dress and hygiene, policy DBEA, district budget committee, policy IF, district curriculum, policy GCBD, GDBD, sick leave, and policy GCBDE, BDE, military leave of absences. Administration recommends approval of the consent agenda as presented.
Okay, is there any discussion on any of them, or are we ready to make a motion on the entire consent agenda?
Board Chair, or Board Vice Chair rather, be it resolved that the Siuslaw School District Board approves the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Resolution number 121025-5.0 consent agenda.
Second.
Okay. Motion's been made by Director Haverly and seconded by Director Pollitt. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. That passes. Now. Now, the moment that we have been waiting for. The next thing on the agenda is Facility Advisory Committee recommendation to the school board. Mr.
Okay,
Andy.
item 121025-6.1, Facility Advisory Committee, facility recommendation to the board for school improvements. For the last several years, the board of directors have charged the Facility Advisory Committee to examine all district properties and prepare potential improvement plans for district facilities. A resolution would be put by the board for a general obligation bond on an election is required no later than 61 days prior to an election date. And then you have links in there for any of the legal pieces. Administration recommends that the board of directors evaluate the various scenarios to improve district facilities and designate an overall comprehensive facilities package to be put before the voters as a general obligation bond at a future election date. And so the primary presentation will be by Mr. Orr and Mr. Harkerode, our co-chairs of the Facility Advisory Committee. And so I will turn it over.
Now, that video was a tough act to follow, but we will try. Where is, yes. Let's see. Nearly 2 years ago, in early 2024, the members of this school board authorized the establishment of a Facilities Advisory Committee to explore facility needs in the district. In response, we formed that committee with an exceptional group of individuals, some of whom are here this evening. We are fortunate to have had the expert guidance of architect Kurt Wilson. Would all committee members who are here this evening please raise your hands? Thank you. We sincerely thank all of you for your hard work, your wisdom, and your thoughtful guidance. I also see here a few people who have been coming to our meetings, and thank you for being here this evening. Let's see. There, whoops, hold on. These are the committee members. I'll give you just a second to look those over. I think many of you know who's been on this committee. And we also had some ex officio members listed here. It's a great group. Every effective and successful community is built on a few basic pillars. Here we are looking at 4 such pillars. We have wonderful people here. We have great businesses and services. We have beautiful surroundings and a solid infrastructure. And we have excellent schools. But we don't have all the buildings and other facilities we need to complement and support teaching and learning. It is not yet a complete package. We began meeting in April of 2024. We have met regularly since then, exploring the condition and utility of various district facilities. Here you see a brief outline of the process we followed. We're now in the final step of that process. In a moment, Committee Vice Chair Mike Harkleroyd will present our findings and our recommendations to the board. In the meantime, in order to be fully prepared, if you decide in the near future in favor of a bond measure to be placed on the May 2026 ballot, we have scheduled 2 meetings for next week. At these meetings, we will begin discussions of the work that would be needed by a political action committee to educate our community members about the importance and value of supporting a school bond measure. The 2 meetings will be duplicates in structure and content. They are scheduled for Monday, December 15th at 6 p.m. at the high school library and Wednesday, December 17th at 3 p.m. here in the district office. Please join us if you are available. Thank you for the opportunity to serve as the chair of the FAC. It has been a pleasure to work with on such an important project with such a terrific group of people. I have some handouts that I'm going to get in just a moment while Mr. H starts his part of the presentation. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
While Bob's handing these out, I'm going to ask for a little bit of grace because after 20 months of this work and given this presentation or a similar presentation countless times, this final one had exactly 1 run through this afternoon at about 4:30. The last couple of days have not gone as planned at school. So the prep time we thought we'd get for this is a little wonky. And it is going to require me to be working from up there. But what Bob is handing out now are 2 forms. One is the project costs for different elements from each of the projects we're going to point out to you. The other one is a much fuller PowerPoint presentation than the one I'm going to be presenting tonight. So you will see all of the slides I'll be presenting, you will see in your packet, but you also notice some of the slides are labeled as not shown. That means they are not in the presentation tonight, but they're there for your reference because there's just that much information. And wanting to keep brevity as a virtue, we didn't want to put everything in there. All right, some of this is going to look familiar because it's partly what we discussed last month and we gave an update on what we're doing, and I already overshot this slide. Okay, we had a team of architects, engineers, and tradespeople come in and analyze all of our schools, and they identified 8 features, eight different systems needing to be addressed at the high school. The aging building means old parts means scarce, and scarce means costly. Inadequate and failing systems. It was 1 year ago this week we had to close the high school for 4 days because the boiler went out and we couldn't occupy the building comfortably enough for instruction. Safety and security, those have been concerns from the start. The difference between safety and security. Safety, we're talking largely the structure of the building and ties into the structural upgrades that we need as well. Security is talking more about the 17 entrances that we have and how difficult it is to make sure we know who's in the building at all times. The high cost of maintenance and utilities was noted. About 40% of the district budget for maintenance and utilities for all of our properties is devoted just to the high school. Since we opened in 1970, and 1973 was the first year any seismic building codes hit the books in the state of Oregon, we're definitely out of date with current building needs. Capacity issues, mostly referring to our small classrooms, the no kitchen and cafeteria. The kitchen, not a major source of concern, but the cafeteria is a problem. The fact that we can't seat all of our students, or can't even really seat half of our students at a time, means that we have to have the open campus. Now the open campus has become very much a part of the culture. I'm not sure we're ever going to bring that back, but I think we could entice more kids to stay on campus if we had an inviting place for them and a comfortable place for them to stay. And the lack of amenities, things like ADA considerations and features for those with disabilities, those are all afterthoughts in our building. New wiring, instructional technology, and very large for us is big, airy, bright windows to let in some natural light. Also, Tom, do you want?
Would you like questions as you go or at the end?
We can take them as we go.
Okay, I don't have one. That was my question. Okay, sorry, thank you.
And to our committee members, if there's something I've glaringly forgotten, please don't jump up because you haven't seen this yet. There might be talking about it later, but if we get to the end and I haven't mentioned something, please tell me. The same team a good look at the elementary school. They look at the middle school too. And the middle school is actually doing pretty well, and it should be for 25 years. But the big needs at the elementary school are the kindergarten building. Kindergarten building is going to outlive its life. We think it's slated to last for 10 to 12 years, and this is year 11. So we're definitely motivated to move the kinders inside. The classroom functionality on the south end is pretty weak. A lot of the features, the instructional technology in there has been aftermarket, afterthought, and built in as new technology comes in. Obsolete systems, not as bad as the high school, but definitely some that are obsolete are going obsolete. Safety and structural upgrades. The 1965 portion of the elementary school definitely needs some seismic updates, and it needs a buff just visually as well. But the bus and traffic flow, along with the kindergarten buildings, are the biggest concerns at the elementary school. Now, we talked earlier, we heard some people talking about how we feel like one unified campus. That kind of led right into our recommendations. Ooh, too fast. Our final recommendation is for a district campus improvement project as opposed to separate projects addressing the needs of the high school and the needs of the elementary. And I think you'll see in a moment how they do tie together. A replacement high school would be the first element with improved instructional spaces. That will really address the traffic concerns, improved athletic facilities, and increased public access. Public access was a big element for us. We got that feedback all over the place that people wanted to have better access to the schools. Renovations at the elementary school that first and foremost will bring that kindergarten classroom inside, but also enclose the corridors. The two open breezeways currently will improve circulation in the building and better access for after-school events. We know it's going to be expensive. So the district campus improvement project, the entire project, is a little over $145 million, which is a cost of $2.93 per 1,000 of assessed value on a 30-year bond. Our goal, our target was to stay under $3. And we really got a break because we had recently got new property value assessments that made it cheaper for us to borrow money. So what had been at exactly $3 came down to below 280 something, and we were able to make some changes, some adjustments. Have I been missing anything so far? Any questions from anybody?
This is something new. This is not what we saw last month.
It's different than the preliminary.
Yeah, because
Yes.
okay, great. Well, then I think
Well,
you're
we're
tell us
gonna
about it.
We're
Great.
gonna get right to it. Yes. This next part is the fun part. We are looking at a new high school, a large 2-story school, going to be built instead of on the JV baseball field like we've always been talking. We're going to center it on the vacant lot south of the stadium and west of the middle school. We're getting lonely up here. We're the only ones on this side of 27th Street. So we thought we could get everybody in the student population on the other side. We could really gain some wonderful things for education and for our teachers and staff.
Isn't this where the soccer field was going to go?
Yes.
But then facilities get flipped over to
Yep.
the other side for sports. I got you.
We'll get there. Tom.
So like that on the other side of 20, that's just sports block. That's just all the sports facilities on all.
We'd have an academic block and we'd have an athletic block. Another advantage to this, right up 27th Street, we have high voltage power lines. If we ever have a cataclysmic event, the big one, whatever would befall us, this always had the risk of having half of our student body on one side and half on the other. So this gets all of our students on one side. This also makes transitions between the schools a whole lot easier. So our high school students who are working as TAs at the middle school or elementary school is now a very easy walk. It allows us to utilize the plenty spacious middle school parking lot. We don't need to have a staff parking lot for this. We'll be able to double up. They call it campus parking, and we definitely have some advantages there. Couple of big changes though on how it's going to address that traffic pattern. It's off the page, but on 21st Street, right out here, right outside the district office, instead of running a bus lollipop for the buses to turn around, the buses will have an enclosed road that comes behind the elementary school track, back down here to, it's a Second Street?
Come into the middle school parking lot.
Oh, it's right.
Middle school, and then run a loop and drop off at that side of the high school.
Potentially here or here. We'd have an interior traffic route. That's just us for most of that. And we'll have not guardrails, swing bars up to make sure it's just our buses on there. Our students will be safer for transport. We will be off of Oak Street, and you'll see in a moment when we get to the elementary school how else that will affect Oak Street. This also has the benefit of our student parking lot feeding off of Kingwood, not off of Oak. Kingwood Street is left-hand turning lane for that entire expanse, allows for a lot more room for our students to pull into that lot and to pull out. We've looked at a number of different configurations, and please know we are far from a floor plan quite yet. We are conceptual still, so there's some things in here that could change. It wouldn't change the dollar figure, that's going to stay. But there's some adjustments we could make. But we think that having that interior road has benefits for emergency, benefits for maintenance, benefits for transportation, and a lot of the infrastructure that we already need for power and wastewater and stormwater is already built into the infrastructure of Kingwood Street. So we wouldn't have to reproduce that. We'd have some cost savings there. Big changes. These two parking lots, the current student and staff parking lot at the elementary school would stay, and we would, at the high school, they would stay, and we would take the softball fields and rotate them now right on top of the footprint of the current high school. So the high school gets raised, that becomes softball, which allows us to reuse the auxiliary gym as a field house. The much needed, the long awaited for field house for softball. Oh, the people love this. It's not that old. It does need some work. It needs some maintenance, but we would be factoring that in. Everything in here in purple is new construction. Building construction, not counting the roads. We had some road costs that we wouldn't have had with the school, with the building over here, but it's more than made up for in convenience. And frankly, the city gave us a signal that we were going to have problems passing the traffic study. And the traffic study is a part of every new construction project. We would be inviting more and more congestion and traffic if we built the school on the JV lot. Adrian.
So you're saying the city has all the infrastructure that we need up on Kingwood. So by
maybe not all. I don't want to
maybe
be
not-
caught
okay.
saying all, but more.
So do we?
All? I can say all. We have it all.
Oh, awesome. So like we're adding roads, but do we also see cost savings too by moving it over there from access to?
Remember when we were over here with that previous assessment, we were at exactly $3, and now we're coming in at $2.93. So with the road, with the transfer, and with the new tax assessment, the costs have come down.
Where would the student parking, where would that come out on Kingwood?
It comes out south of the alternative school. We own 4 tax lots. We own maintenance, bus parking lot, alt school, and then we own the one lot that is directly south of the alt school. So we would have
Just south of where the bus barns are.
yes, we'd have a primary entry exit off of Kingwood at that.
The alt school is right here, and that would be the driveway. And we believe, in our early penciling it out, this stretch of road would not include the buses. It would just be student traffic coming in.
Yep.
So it would be preserved.
That would probably really help with getting kids to and from the alt school. It'd be so much closer.
Yes, we have some kids who lose their way.
I've done that walk. I saw that. Like, yeah, okay.
They don't always make it. One thing that we have struggled with from the start, and it keeps coming up every time I look at it. The original designers of this district hated square angles. The high school sits cockeyed on the lot. The track is cockeyed the other way. And because that in the stadium and the track is cockeyed, that kind of forces us to make the new building cockeyed as well. This would be a 2-story building, which is better for flow. It's better for emergency situations, fewer doors to have to guard with security cameras. It's faster to evacuate a two-story building than it is a large spread out building. It's certainly easier to account or faster to account for everybody. It adds the square footage and flexibility to the classrooms because all of the classrooms, all 23 classrooms in this building, all of those would be larger than our average size classroom at the high school now. There's improvements to the athletic field. Again, the two soccer fields would go right where softball is now. And we'd be able to we save some money not demoing, but actually reusing the current parking lots. We feel we found a very cost-effective, 145 million is a lot of money, but we think it's a very cost-effective way of building a new school. Just one moment. We've also included an auditorium. An auditorium would fit right here. This gives us an opportunity to do academic assemblies, which we currently cannot do. Our gymnasium is just no good for an academic assembly. We can do rah stuff, but we can't do anything that has an educational point. It would also be a performance space for us. And it means that we wouldn't have to be competing with other entities in the community for use of the FEC. We use the FEC a lot, and it's not a terrible cost to us. It certainly is a cost involved. But the biggest problem, the biggest drawback to it is it's not ours. We can't use it on our schedule. We have to use it around others. It also means we're never going to go to the FEC in the middle of the day, or rarely, because now we got to load up buses and it becomes a big transition. The gymnasium would be here. The auditorium would be here. We'd have parking right out front, main entrance here, and a potential secondary entrance there, both going into the courtyard. But we'd be able to utilize the same parking that feeds the stadium for football games, could also feed the auditorium. We think this is a pretty good plan, and we definitely think it's going to change the traffic pattern. If we can get 200 student cars a day off of Oak Street by putting them onto Kingwood, we're saving a lot of traffic and a lot of congestion. And there's still another change coming at the elementary school. Any questions on the high school before I move? Or committee, did I miss anything? Oh, did we ever arrive at a number? I don't recall that we did.
Not only have more capacity students. Somebody's got to get him a mic. Oh, do I? Okay. Okay. I just have a second here. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So it would give us more capacity for students. It would also give us the larger size of each classroom would be more suitable to what teachers need to do in their classes. But I don't think, I know that we planned it for the size that we have now and some room to grow.
Unless we have a gold rush here in town and the population really booms, we don't anticipate reaching a new capacity, and certainly not in my career. So there's room for expansion. And when you expand a high school or even an elementary school, when a school expands, it's because of population growth. You're not adding gym space, you're not adding locker rooms, you're not adding those things. You're really just adding classrooms. It would not be out of the question to relocate or do something with our current transportation department and build that way with another wing or an extension if we have to. By the way, all the property for this we already own, so we don't have to do a property purchase in order to make any of this happen.
So it's somewhere in the range of 350 to 400 students capacity, maybe.
That'd be more than that.
Maybe more than that.
Probably closer to 450.
450.
Yeah, 23 classrooms with roughly 25 on average.
At least 400.
We're looking
then,
at 450.
450.
And again, we've always, even on our largest days in the 90s, we were sitting 460, 470, but we had enrollment over 500, but we had students on short schedules, right? And we had, seniors could take a 5-period day and all that. So again, we weren't and we had a 60-kid study hall at any point.
Yeah.
So we weren't sitting everybody in the classroom. This gives us a chance, if we occupy every room at about 25, we're right about 450. So again, we've been floating the last few years between 380 and 410. And so again, it would take quite a bit of growth to push us to 450 plus to make that a stressor on the new building.
I have a question. The price that is listed, is that with all of the, say the light fixtures and
Furnishing.
it's all furnishing? Okay, it's everything.
It's all factored into the
And that's
cost.
also projected cost for time of completion. So the stages are built in with roughly a 5 to 6% overage. Again, because we know we're going to have growth. We know we're going to have inflation in construction every year. So again, the complete process taking 3 years. The first phase is increased by 5% from time of bond. The second phase, another 5%, and then another 5%. Because the one thing you do not want to do is bond for cost at time of ballot, because then you break ground and you've already lost 5% and need to start making cuts.
However, the costs are structured based on winning in a recent election or an upcoming election. The cost would have to be recalculated the longer we put this off. So the cost would not be permanent. Tom?
Oh, no, it slipped my mind. Shoot. I have a lot of questions.
We can come back to it.
Thanks.
So again, total of 174,500 square feet. It replaces the current 110. We're a little over 110 now because we've added the modular buildings, but we're pretty much in the ballpark.
So there was a bond for the middle school and that is fully paid off. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
We are construction debt free.
Great.
Here's the portion that I'm going to invite the directors to read about later for sake of time and brevity. We think that this new high school building is going to have an educational impact, a long-term impact, a non-monetary impact, and a public benefit. And I'm going to be speaking to some of those, but I don't need to do the intricacies of all the slides. So I invite you to read that on your own time. Those are in the slides that are hidden in this presentation and they're marked not shown in your presentation. Let's talk about the elementary school. We have a model here that will move the kindergarten building inside. It's going to remedy the access issues and the internal circulation issues. Again, here, purple represents new construction. The orange is renovation. I'll get to the orange in a moment. New construction would be a front breezeway on the east side of the school, and the back breezeway on the west side of the school will become formal hallways. They'll be enclosed, which means students can move from one side to the other without traveling outside and leaving the safe confines of the school. We'll be bringing in 4 new classrooms, which allows us to decommission the kindergarten building just in time for it to decommission itself. We'd also have an interior hallway here. One of the hassles, trust me, I know this, and I'm sure Amy knows it as well. This gym is used quite a bit after school and in the evenings by Boys and Girls Club. And there isn't a good way to get there for parents. So next to these 4 classrooms, we'd have an internal hallway with a door here that would allow families to transition at night to the gym without having access to the rest of the school. Yes. That's the courtyard. I've been jokingly calling that the most wasted piece of real estate in the city of Florence.
Amy, do you guys use that for anything? No? Yeah, there's no fence. Okay.
The orange section would be part of 11 classrooms that would be renovated. They'd be brought up to seismic code. Again, that portion of the school was built in 1965, even further before the 1970 seismic coding era. We have no idea for either the high school or this older portion of the elementary school what size earthquake it would take to make the building uninhabitable. We do know it'd be something significantly shorter, smaller than the big one that we're all worried about. So we take the opportunity to do some seismic upgrades for which we believe we will be eligible for some grants. We can't factor that into the cost. We can't tell the community we're going to get grants, but we know we would be eligible for them doing a renovation. No grant availability for new construction at the high school, but for renovations at the elementary school, we'd have an opportunity. Here's the other traffic part. It's hard to see it on here. This would be the start of the bus loop that goes up and around the track and comes around, well, further up, comes around back by the middle school and ties into the parking lot. That means this entire expanse with some modifications can be used for student drop-off and student pickup. Instead of using just the north side and all of the overflow onto Oak Street. If we can remove all of the student traffic from Oak Street, simultaneously expand the footprint for parent pickup and drop off, we think we can really cut down on the nightmare of Oak Street at dismissal time. We've always liked the fact that we have a campus feel. We've always liked that our schools are all, just going up the road. This doesn't really lose that. In fact, it tightens it up a little bit. And one thing I forgot to mention, this lot currently is not usable for much else. At one point, it was even condemned. We've made some improvements to it. It's condemned because when the middle school was built, they buried a lot of the construction debris and tree debris there, and it's not settling at an even rate, so it takes a lot of work to get it going, to make it workable. Don't have to worry about that if we're driving 25 feet through it, maybe 50 feet to get to bedrock. We're going to be going right through that substrate, so it being a little soft on top, it's got to come out anyway. So it's not really a space we're going to do anything else with in the near future. And the fact that it fits the school is a good plan. Back to you. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Can you go back over to the student drop off? So are they still going to be using the same drop off area? Or are they going to be going through this?
Sorry. The bus drop off,
Oh,
it's kind of contingent on this back corridor being built, because this now becomes the bus staging area. The buses pick up on the side, so essentially right outside the district office here, and then they move deep into district property on the bus loop. So the buses, since the buses aren't dropping off here in this plan, all of this, or at least a good deal more of it, can be used for a drop off.
And not right out.
So like right now, it's like this. We're talking about all of this, where parents can get their kids. I would maybe make a couple different. Because if one kid doesn't come out, it holds the whole line up.
Yeah, somebody just keep your mic on.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. It wasn't important stuff.
So this remedies the access issue, it remedies the circulation issue, it moves kindergarten inside, it improves the internal circulation, and it brings the oldest structures up to code, at least a huge improvement. There's not much we can do about these spaces, these internal rooms. They're landlocked, they're not going to get windows and be made to look beautiful, but we can certainly spruce them up and make them look better, and frankly, make them much safer than they are. Just like with the high school, we've identified what we believe will be educational impacts, long-term impacts, non-monetary, and public benefits. Those are further outlined in your PowerPoint presentation. So again, 4 new classrooms, 11 renovated classrooms, and 40,000 square feet of space. I forgot to mention the new play shed, which would actually be covering playground equipment instead of an asphalt slab, which is good for wall ball, foursquare, and bird poop. So we'd be able to actually keep kids dry, doing what they like to do at recess. Yes. Sort of. It's not highlighted on the map. It would be a shuffle. I believe kindergarten goes to where first grade is, second grade is third. Yeah. So the new classrooms wouldn't be for the kinders. There'd be some reshuffling and rearranging, but it makes room for them. Big benefits for students and for staff with these improvements. Wider range of educational opportunities, improved morale of students and teachers. In fact, we are in a climate now where we are competing with other districts and other schools for teaching talent. The schools, the college prep schools, or sorry, teacher prep colleges are not putting as many students into the workforce for education. The reasons are myriad, but it means more and more districts fighting for a smaller supply of teachers. This would help us to attract and retain new teaching talent, because we are losing people to districts that have more amenities, nicer conditions, nicer place for people to work. It's also a better learning environment for students. The addition of fresh air and natural light alone, study after study has shown that those are significant factors in how well students learn. The improved safety and security, I think that's pretty intuitive that our high school is wide open. The elementary school is pretty wide open. This would really go a long way. This district-wide project would really go a long way to shore those up. Schools should last longer than people. Our high school didn't. It's only 50 years old, 55 years old, and it needs to be replaced. We are convinced that with new building materials, new construction techniques, new engineering, and new building codes, the school will last longer than our current school. Also, not cutting the corners that were originally cut when our school was built. We should get much longer out of this new building. The auditorium for instruction and performance space, again, not trying to compete with the FEC, so we're not competing with other entities for the FEC. There's definitely going to be some operating cost savings because anything's going to be more efficient than the windows, insulation, pipes, and furnace that we have in the school now. However, we absolutely learned that selling and touting the student and staff benefits is not going to get this past the voters. We believe there's also some significant benefits for the community at large. We'll attract more businesses. New schools do. New schools, new features. They signal an investment that something is happening in Florence. I know I've got that on the bottom. The signal that Florence is investing in the future is it says that we are getting closer to the city motto of a city in motion. We're going to attract more professional families along with those businesses and healthcare providers. We've lost a lot of healthcare providers in the recent years. And one of the reasons they give us, the primary reasons they give us, is they don't like the state of the schools. Now, we've made significant investments of time and energy and effort into improving what's going on inside the schools. We've raised the graduation standards, 25 credits this year to graduate. We're the only district in the state that has added back essential skills. We're doing everything we can to make our diploma, to keep our diploma worth something. One of the reasons our graduation rate isn't so stellar is because we're holding a standard and we're forcing students to meet that standard. And they are. We're going to be addressing the essential skills right after Christmas. We talked to our seniors about it today. It's a lot of work for them to do. They're not happy about it, but they'll be happy when they get that diploma. But we think that new building outsides, new structures to match the good things that are going on inside in time will reverse that trend, reverse that opinion of our schools. It will be a projected increase in the tax base, new people, new properties. We saw that with the middle school. Over the span of the middle school, and Super G is going to give you the numbers here in just a minute. What did it start off at?
Started out $1.35.
$1.35, and after 24 years, what was the rate people were paying?
84 cents.
So cut significantly.
Again, 293 looks like in 30 years, but I tell you, again, as the tax base grows, that number will reduce each consecutive year.
In other words, everybody's individual liability for that rate goes down. The 293 represents the max anybody will pay, and it can only come down after that. We think this is going to be, it will be, the best engineered and built and designed structure in the city of Florence. It will be right there with the middle school as being a place that is designated as a shelter in case of an emergency. And I think that's a selling point with the community. There will be renewed pride in Siuslaw schools. Again, simultaneously trying to raise what's happening inside the building and raising the structures outside the school. And again, signaling that it is investment in the future. When people are considering a place to live, a place to move, they're looking for those reasons to think that where they're going to live might be their forever home or might have the things that they want. There's a lot going on here in Florence, and I think if we have better schools, people will take a second look at us and see about maybe making their life here. Why now? I know I showed this one last time as well. The bottom one is the Consumer Price Index, which shows basically what we've all been feeling all this time in the last 10 years or so. Costs have been going up. The top two lines are different construction indices for municipal and public construction. And you can see, or sorry, municipal and commercial construction, those are going up at an even higher rate. We know if we don't take care of this need now, the needs that we spent the 20 months identifying, if we don't take care of it now, the need's not going to go away. It's not going to fix itself, and it's something that is way beyond the scope of our district budget. The only way to remedy problems of this scale is through the sale of construction bonds to local taxpayers. And it's going to cost more and more even as the need is going to only increase over time. So the why now is pretty apparent. It's why now because it's not going to get anything but more expensive. The right time to do it would have been a decade ago. Any questions or clarifications from me or the committee? Committee, did we miss anything?
You know, I know we've talked about this, but I just want to ask once more. If the estimated capacity right now is 4 to 450, and we think that we may see opportunity for growth in the community by offering better school environment, do we have a plan for expansion of the proposed building site? So in the architect design, is there a plan for expansion?
We had to leave room for expansion. There's not a plan in terms of drawings or anything like that. But this space here where the bus barn is,
But we're facilitating expansion, so we're not
Right.
setting something up where we can't expand.
We're not
because the building
landlocked.
Doesn't allow it.
frankly, we were much more landlocked here because we didn't have the adjacent property. Since we own all of this, gives us room for expansion. And relocating the bus barn would be, in comparison to all this, would be a drop in the bucket. Yeah. Also, one of the other things I should talk about, we would love to see this parking lot rotated about 90 degrees and run long and skinny along the new driveway, as opposed to being, that's a long way back in the woods when I'm supervising from here. Who knows what's happening back there? But I said, I think it just makes a lot more sense for student walking patterns.
So I think when I'm thinking about this versus what was originally presented, I love I mean, I guess I should ask first, what would be the disruption to students during this construction process? Because obviously in that corner, it was going to be huge disruption to the high school. Now it's nearer to the middle school and elementary, but it's kind of far. Like,
No,
are you
it's
guys
not.
worried about that, you two?
It's going to be disruptive.
It's going to be disruptive. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
It's,
Have you ever heard pilot being founded?
Right. Yeah. I'm just wondering if it will be faster? on
what it will be is it'll be easier to stage.
Yeah.
Because we won't have to house the big equipment
Right.
in and around Oak Street and around the current high school. We would have this space to be housing some of that equipment.
Much cleaner transition at the exit
Yeah.
of one building to the entry of another from start to finish. One building will be completed, there'll be a migration, and it happens there. And again, like it is overall less of a disruption. There will be, and I will say, annoyances to general everyday, because again, I remember when we were driving pilings for the stadium here in the early 2000s, sitting at the high school in the chemistry lab and wonder if my fillings were going to fall out. I mean, so again, we will have the noise and general disruption of construction, but we are no longer displacing. Again, we would be creating more of an impact and creating more of a traffic jam and headache building on the corner of 27th and Oak. And the question came up, and this is again, it's the same building in a new location. As soon as somebody pointed out, can we put it here? The lights went off and said, here's all the problems that we were having with location. Now we can solve those traffic flow problems. And again, this isn't just about the buses and the students. Having this interior loop and backside fire lane access opens everything up for fire, EMS, police. Right? They do not have backside access to every single building facility. And that's part of modern code anyway. So this would give us that all the way around.
I kind of love the idea of the sports lot as far as community access. It's just, I don't know why it makes it feel more accessible not having the school right there. As far as, like,
since we're not occupied
from the school, you can get the public in there after hours.
Now, we don't want people coming in hitting balls off tees in the softball field in the middle of the day. But this track in particular would be great. And even if it's just a block with an internal sidewalk or chips or something that people can walk as a distance, and then certainly it gives the impression that, hey, we're welcome, we're open for business, which is something we did hear that all the time. People hate the fact that our schools are fenced in because that means they're not accessible and it means keep out. That's exactly what it does.
For
mean.
security.
We do, yes. But since we're not occupying
Yeah.
this slot between the bells, we can be a little more lax.
That's cool.
Did you say this was a 3-year build? Or did I hear that wrong? Sorry.
We're looking at 2.5 to 3 years in all likelihood. Yeah.
But, you know,
Between
it's-
permitting and getting drawings and all of the pre-work that has to be done
It's the coast though, so like.
and finding a contractor. Yes, because
Yeah, figure from time of election to the time of breaking ground is 6 months. Because that is planning, permitting, and primary implementation of plan. And then you're looking at 18 to 24 months of construction. 18 if it's fast, 24, again, if there is a problem, and there is always a problem in construction. There's always, again, something that needs to be addressed. There's, again, a contingency need all the way through.
Can I ask kind of a conceptual question? Like, because if something goes on the ballot and is passed, the FAC is solved at that point, right? Who's in charge of this project? Is it Andy? Is Andy in charge of that?
we would hire a construction manager, or at least we'd contract with a construction manager.
Would we do that or would Andy do that?
It'd be Andy and our facilities director, David, will be
Okay.
working very closely. And
Again, depending upon how the board wants to approach the construction phase, either you are going through a design build phase. And again, you're working towards a specific goal, but you have a liaison that is a construction grant general manager that again delivers your instructions to the contractors on site to make sure that plans are followed. If there's a need for a change order, it comes through one person. It's not just anybody on site goes, hey, let's just do this.
Right.
Again, there's a strict plan. Again, if there's going to be a deviation from what you have put on blueprint.
or you have a quorum, you could just name Brian. And he can be in charge of the whole project.
I was just thinking, I wish he was here. He's more versed in this than.
So if this does pass and you guys are able to get grants, what happens to the extra money? Does that go into the
There's-
general fund
There's
or,
extra money, okay? Let's say.
but if
again,
you get grants to pay for some of
If
it?
you get grants to pay for stuff, you sell fewer bonds,
Okay,
right? So again, you don't
Got it.
sell the whole slate. You sell bonds in series as they're needed. So the whole amount is not sold at the beginning. You will sell roughly 10 to 20% in the first 6 months as you're going through design, implementation, and groundbreaking. Then you will sell the bulk of them 6 months out. And then as you're getting close to completion, whatever is remaining is necessary is then sold to capacity. But again, if we were to get, again, a state matching grant for $4 million, that's $4 million less of bonds we do not sell.
So less money the taxpayers are. paying.
Correct.
Well, then you just see that number go down.
Yeah.
You do.
The
Yes.
tax assessed value.
And again, what we,
Right.
but what we can't say now going into the ballot is, we anticipate that this will
Exactly.
come down by
Yeah.
$6 million or.
Yeah.
And
we-
so again,
You
we,
always wanna under.
we
promise over-
ballot for what we know that the bond will cost. And then you do not sell bonds for every additional grant you get to drive the price down. And depending upon how the bonds are sold, there's also a bond premium, which increases your available cash without additional sale. Right, so we've seen some districts, again, there was a recent sale on bonds. And again, to get the money now and upfront, investors were willing to pay a premium, and it generated an extra $4.5 million for one district without changing the rate at all. So we have a very savvy group of bond salesmen, and again, working for the company that we work with. And again, they look at when is the right time to sell, and we sell to need at the time. And as you get to the end of the project and there's bonds unsold, they stay unsold. Good question. The audience here.
Hi, Bill Grable, CPA. I'm wondering, you already own the land. and it's almost $900 a square foot. I'm gonna knock out the raising cost, maybe $100 a foot. I get, what, 700 left? How does that compare to the median cost of the school? $700 a square foot compared to, another school district somewhere else.
That is about average of what we're seeing being built these days. Yeah.
It is likely to be slightly higher here at the coast because we have to go deeper and we have to build for stronger wind shear, and our labor costs are going to be more expensive because we don't have a local workforce. So, and that's factored in. But there's always going to be a bump for everything at the coast.
No, we by state law, we must pay prevailing wage.
Right, and that's the federal wage.
Yeah. Yes, yeah.
So we're stuck into that. How much less do you think it'd be?
I can't estimate. That's a
1/3 less?
no. I can't tell you what non-labor will cost.
Sir, he said he doesn't want to.
I can't do it. I'm not a non-union labor expert.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bob, oh, hold on. I'm just going to stay over here.
As a committee member, I wanted to voice my appreciation for Andy and Mike's thoughtfulness in this latest design, because I had to step away for a couple months, and when I came back and saw this, I was thrilled because, we stayed under that dollar amount and we got more bang for our buck out of this. So I wanted, we were going to eliminate the field house concept of batting cages to build on that JV baseball field. By doing this, we've addressed so many issues and we kept the cost down. The cost didn't change. So I want to say I really appreciate that thoughtfulness. Somebody who lives just around the corner here, also to see that traffic pattern fixed is huge.
Yeah.
Because there's been times I'm sometimes late to work because things are backed up. So I would just want to say I appreciate the thoughtfulness in giving us, again, more bang for our buck in this latest design. And also, the other thing too that was kind of a surprise benefit to this is we actually, and Mike didn't point this out, but we increased ADA accessibility to these the sporting events, which is a huge benefit in this community.
If there's nothing else, I'll stop talking.
Okay, wow. A lot of work has gone into that, I know, so. Okay,
Thank you to Bob Orr as
Yeah.
well, his leadership on this from the start. Thank you, Bob.
I just want to point out before we go any further that this is first reading, and we did that on purpose so that if the directors have any questions, we have time to pursue what's on here. If we have questions, we can call and ask Andy and have him put the questions on further. Are there any other discussions, questions, whatever, before we move on? And I think before we go to the next agenda item, we're going to take another 2-minute break because we've got some people that may want to go home. Any other questions or discussion on this item before we move on?
Just wanted to say thank you to all of the committee members for the long hours of work that you put into this. Thank you.
I just learned that we can ask Andy to invite people to come talk to us earlier this meeting. So I was wondering if we could hear from the transportation department, because this is going to change their bus pathing about what, and we also talked about moving their bus barn. So I'd love to hear their thoughts on that. I'd love to hear from our athletic director if he's interested in speaking about how changing these fields, changing the setup with the fields, putting the school be in a different place. I'd love to hear his thoughts if he'd like to speak. And then from the alternative school too, if they're interested in speaking. Mike had school pride up on there, and I mean we talked about that with our student reps. That's something that Lily, I think it was you, right? Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I talked a little bit about it last time. I also took a few notes. A lot, like 100%, actually 100% of students I talked about this in all groups said that they were really excited about this idea and they felt like it would just benefit like everything they did, athletics or just like everyday class activities. So yeah, I was already excited with the new plan and everyone I talked to was as well, but the old plan, but seeing the new plan makes me even more excited because that makes it sound like an even better idea. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Great.
Emmanuel or Grace, do you guys have any additional thoughts? Okay.
So again, if board members have any questions that you need answered, please send them to me and we'll track down what we need. Because again, there's 20 months worth of work. And so again, if, again, we have got the high school plan there. And again, we've got different variations that we're, again, as we're trying to skinny up the one parking lot, change a couple of, field sizes to kind of streamline things. But it's the same high school that you saw last month. It's in a new location just south with a whole bunch of extra benefits because we are now accessing Kingwood and internal routing.
Yeah, I think it's a much better look.
So again,
And we'll be, sorry to interrupt.
No, Chantel came to me and said Aaron Reynolds had mentioned her again. Why not that field? And I said, there's no reason not that field. And when we do that, like Chantel and I listed, like, here's 15 things that we fix.
From the
right-
problems from the
right off
first
the
one.
bat.
Yeah.
Because we again, for the last two efforts of this, we've been going, the high school stays north of 27th. And all of a sudden we said, we go,
But
wait,
that
a minute, we
doesn't
don't
have to be, right.
It doesn't have, as soon as we got past that, we were like, here's everything that we can do. And again, create a true unified district campus.
Yeah.
So this is a campus improvement project. This is not a high school and an elementary school. It's a district campus improvement project.
And we'd be needing to vote by the January or February meeting to get it on the ballot next month for sure, or would it be?
If you vote, yes, February. again,
February be pushing it.
February would be kind of the latest because then you're cutting down your community engagement time with with other elements.
I think a month we
January
should be
would be
able to go through
ideal.
everything, yeah.
Yes.
Get it
Okay.
voted on by next month's
Yeah.
meeting.
Okay.
I would think.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, that if we do have questions, make sure that we give them now
Sooner-
so that
sooner-
there's time.
We got
Yeah,
winter
time to
break
prepare
and all that.
questions and also so that we can hopefully
For sure,
make a
set
decision
it-
in January, just
Yeah.
just to make things easier.
And so, just so I
Crystal,
understand this process, the school board will present this with a number, and that number is the maximum thing that we think it could cost to get this done. And then it can be reduced in voter base expansion, or grants or things like that.
Reduction of bonds that need to be sold.
Right, and then but we don't just decide to do it. We put it on the ballot and then the district votes on it. And the people
But we
are
have to
gonna.
vote, we have to approve
Right.
the plan for it to go to ballot.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
So we take their advice and then we take a plan and we put it on the ballot, and at the end of the day, though, it's the voters that
Yeah,
are gonna
the-
decide.
The district has to vote for it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. All right.
Okay, any other quick? Okay, so we're going to take a 2-minute break in case people do want to leave and, go home and whatever, and then we'll be right back to finish up our agenda. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, we're going to get started in about 30 seconds and you will notice a change as we get started. In about 30 seconds, you will notice something different. Let's see, how much did I miss you? Yeah.
Oh, none. Thank you very, very much.
Mhm.
And thank you to everybody. I was entertaining athletes on the wrestling team, most importantly, my daughter. I wasn't entertaining them. They were probably oblivious to my presence there. I was just informed that we're on to 6.2. Director Haverly, Josh, thank you for texting me and letting me know that meeting was still happening, because I got out of cleanup. We'll go right into the OSBA election legislative policy, item 6.2, Superintendent.
All right, item 1210.25-6.2, OSB election legislative policy committee position 6. Again, Oregon School Boards Association organized as one general state association with up to 24 regionally elected representatives across the geographic regions of the state. Again, this is your second reading, and administration recommends that you officially vote on the OSBA Legislative Policy Committee ballot.
Okay, thank you. And directors, I have a little, I don't know if I would call it a point of order or what, but I think I got out of this item last month a little soon, because when it was a tie 3-3 vote, because we only had 6 present, I was not aware that we had other options. We had another candidate that could have been nominated. We also have, I don't know if y'all, every time you get your ballot, if you vote for every single thing, because we also have that, a potential non-vote as well. So for getting out of this item last month prematurely, my apologies for that, but here we are, on this item. So any discussion on the item?
Yeah, I've since looked into the last month. I really didn't know very much about Judy, and I've looked into her a bit more, and she has quite the career. And to be frank, Director Pollitt, I think she's probably got it on lock. But that being said, I think both candidates have a lot of potential, and I'd be happy to vote yes for either.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or motions? Maureen?
I just have the comment that I made last time, which is, yes, we know Judy's very qualified. I think as a unified board, it would be very good to vote for our own candidate.
Thank you. Any other thoughts or questions or comments? Well, then a motion would be in order. Or if no motion, then it's tabled and we submit a non-vote, to my understanding. Andy?
Again, if there's no motion, we submit the ballot as, again, abstained.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Adrian, you all right with that? Director Cole, you were gone last month, right? Do you have any comments? Oh, wow.
Dude, Hulk smash, man.
No, I did watch, I did watch the meeting, but I'm good with the non-vote.
With an abstention?
Yeah.
Okay, well, the silence speaks to abstention. So I have a note here that Debbie, you will cast that vote. Thank you. Okay. Turning to 6.3, our budget calendar. And this is first read. So Superintendent, please.
Okay, item 121025-6.3, budget calendar for the fiscal year 26-27. As per policy DB budget calendar, the board will adopt annually the budget calendar that identifies the dates, activities, deadlines required For the legal presentation and adoption of the budget, superintendent will prepare and recommend a proposed calendar for board approval. Again, so you have your draft, and again, this needs to be adopted as of the January meeting. So again, this is currently a first read. We looked at two potential structures for the budget calendar last year. And what the board decided on that time was to have the primary meeting be April 8th. Again, you'd have the first draft of the proposed budget delivered here, and any orientation for new members is at this time. So I would suggest that that meeting start at like 5:30 or 5:45 because you can't get it done in a half hour, right? This stops having a meeting the week before where some committee members can make it and some can't. Gives everybody all the information at once, and then it gives a 5-day window for people to submit questions that need some research, and then you get full budget discussion the 22nd. Any questions are answered there, and then from there, if the board needs a second budget meeting, those are pre-scheduled for April 29th or May 6th. So we've taken the orientation meeting, which is kind of a duplicate in many ways of the initial presentation of the budget, just made those one meeting and made it a little bit longer for some of the community members that are serving as your kind of guest liaisons to the budget committee. And then if there's, again, questions and discussion that need to happen, that would all be triggered for Wednesday, April 22nd at the primary public input meeting. And then you've got 2 dates already kind of penciled in for the second or third meeting if they're necessary.
Thank you. I'd imagine that was a lot of cross-referencing calendars amongst all the different organizations and school buildings. So thank you for all of that. Directors, any comments or questions on this budget calendar?
Could this be something that we can put to a consent agenda next week? Or I
You
mean,
could-
next
you-
month?
You could put to the consent agenda. My only
Okay.
question would be, do you want to start the first meeting at 5:30 or 5:45?
So we'd have to decide that part.
That's the one thing that needs to be decided. And again, that's,
Mm-hmm.
as long as the date's set, again, like the exact starting time of the meeting is something that we can hash out later.
Yeah.
But we
5:30 is
need
good,
more than,
but-
we need more than a half hour. 45 minutes would be tough.
I think 5:30.
If we started that meeting
Yeah.
at 5:30, it'd be the one meeting that starts at 5:30. And again, it is the budget and orientation, some light discussion, and then we go into our regular business meeting. But the public input and full discussion of the elements happens at the next meeting. So, because we had this kind of looping problem with some committee members being able to make the orientation, some not. And then trying to get everybody who's attended 2 different meetings in different capacities on track for the third meeting. So we combined the first 2 meetings to push it all into one meeting for all the effective discussion then.
Yeah. I
Well, I
like
think
that.
it's,
I think, go ahead.
I'm
sorry.
sorry to interrupt.
No.
I think that is a good thing, because when we have the annual orientation, I can't be specific to the actual budget because the budget hasn't been presented yet.
Yeah.
So really, that's just a vague informational based on last year's estimates. And it doesn't get to have a little bit more detail to get you a better understanding of your actual budget book. So you'll be presented the budget book, but you'll also have an orientation summary of how that the funds and everything are processed. So I think it's a better idea that we can actually discuss some of the figures and some of the estimates as part of the orientation.
And Josh, I think you said that 5:30 would be your preference.
I think 5:30, yeah.
Yeah.
would be good.
And Cece, would you agree that, would 5:30 be your preference also?
Yeah.
To have that? Yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely agree, just because that short window of 30 minutes was never given it enough.
Sure.
45 would be tight, but giving them that time for you to have both meetings. Yeah.
Okay, so I think if we went ahead and pushed this with head nods with agreement here to the consent agenda with that first meeting being at 5:30, We all like that? Okay, I think I'm seeing universal head nods.
Yeah, we'll make the correction and get it in the,
Sorry, what day, which, is that the
April-
April 8th
April
one?
8th,
April
yeah.
8th, okay.
yeah, that,
Well, I think that's enough months I can block it off, yeah.
yeah.
It'll be tight. It'll be tight, yeah.
You got 5 months. Start planning now.
Yeah.
Start planning today.
Yeah. Okay, so that's being pushed, so we are on to 6, 4.
6-4.
The reading of the grant agreement for the 25 through 27 biennium.
For student investment account. Item 121025 the updated student investment account SIA grant agreement for the 25-27 biennium has been issued. Presentation of the grant agreement to the board for approval at an open meeting with opportunity for public comment is required by the Oregon Department of Education. The final amount of grant reductions from the time of the application is $245,584.69 across all grants. Activity budgets have been adjusted. During the action discussion of this item, we will call for public comment specific to this account.
So, directors, prior to calling for that public comment, do we have any questions or comments on this item amongst ourselves?
So again, beginning on page 31 of your board packet, you have ODE grant number 39305 SSA which is our Student Success as Student Investment Account. Page 32, again, shows that there's been an initial reduction in there of 316,000. Actually, again, my spot number was wrong on the holder page, but again, they pulled that out again. So the current allocation changed from about 1.1 million to 848,000. Right along those lines, and the details again of what could be approved down the road are on page 33. And then the rest of this is the legal grant issuance language for the state. There is a lot of it, but yes, this was officially issued November 4th and returned to the state on November 13th. So this is our first opportunity to have this read into the budget or read into the board agenda.
Okay, and sorry, I asked for our comments prematurely, waiting for those. Are you still flipping for a page to us to flip to?
I'm just making, again, this is, again, I forget how many pages are in this because I look at it all the time.
Yeah.
The other additional piece in your packet, again, is I also included, it's not required, but you also have the high school success, which is part of integrated planning. I think that's what I was looking for when I was slipping through. Again, on page 59 of your packet. Again, integrated planning involves the student investment account, high school success, early literacy, and again, early warning systems. There's 6 different factors within there. The 2 primary ones are the student investment account and high school success. This was originally targeted at about 386,000 for the year, and the second year was originally budgeted at about 400,000. Page 60 in your budget book, you can see that grant year 1 has been reduced to $345,000, and no allocation is currently listed for grant year 2. So,
What, can you explain that?
well, right now, the state is looking at, again, we've been talking about potential economic downturn, and there's been a change in the tax structure from the federal level, which impacts the taxable level of income in Oregon, and it's going to change everybody's tax returns. And because the federal level has changed and our system is tied, our state system is tied to the federal system, in essence, everybody's has more federal deductions now, so which will lower the overall income threshold that you can be taxed on in Oregon. So
I think
yeah,
OSBA was talking about. That,
yes,
right?
and so we again, we don't know where we don't know where the bottom is on this, and that's where, again, we're overall for budget potential reductions for in the year, we're waiting for February. But again, just between like these two grants, there's 350-ish thousand that we planned on. We built the budget on these numbers in April, and then these were revised in August. The board approved the budget in June, the financial year rolled over. And so we had already been in operations for 2 months when the allocations changed.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if we can move this to next month so we can really look through this.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. There's no need to, again, I just need to make sure that it's on the agenda and it's been read in per rules, and then, yeah,
So would we do consent or we actually have it a action item?
This cannot be a consent agenda.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And, okay, so any other,
Because it has to have the public.
Yes, public comment.
Yeah.
Yes.
and we need to have public comment tonight, even if we push it to next month.
Yes.
So any other questions or comments from our board? Okay, well then I will open public comment specific to the 2025-27 biennium student investment account. Do we have any public comment from the Netherlands of YouTube?
We don't have any public.
No, we
all left. Public.
Dude,
I see a public member back there.
Yeah.
Yes.
ouch, man, that was quite the barb. Okay, well, then at this time, I will close the public comment section specific to the 2025-27 biennium student investment account. Okay, and that will be put to the agenda, and we'll have another public comment section, public comment session during this item next month. So that concludes our action items. Moving on to 7.0, the board reports, or the reports to the board and information. We'll start with the superintendent.
Okay, personnel report for December 10, 2025. Again, December is usually a light hiring month. We do have one new certified educator. This is listed in the wrong spot. Nick Reamer, CTE Construction and Industrial Arts teacher. He's coming in to take over construction and woods. Again, he's got 11 years of industry experience, as well as being a golf professional with some undergraduate studies at Portland State. And we have an additional one certified and one classified substitute. I know we just finished with item 6.4. There's links in my board report beginning on page 2, again, where you've got the grant agreements digitally, and then you've got the eligibility review for high school success, and all of the additional data pieces that we're required to post, including the final allocations and rebalance of activity budgets, and the original integrated programs application for 25-27. So again, so you have this in your email, but again, all of these are digital, and they're all on the website under the ODE reports page. Again, December's short. We're coming into the holiday breaks. January 5th will be a no school curriculum day on that Monday, and we will begin classes on January 6th. You've got your elementary students of the month for November, and your middle school students of the month, with the high school still in process at the time of sending out. And every once in a while, things happen quickly, and I can't get things into the board report that are important. So a couple of positive notes coming along the way. First being, every year, our congressional districts hold a series of different student contests and student awards. Last year, we had a student make it to the national competition for art. This year, we have another winner. Again, Rylan Pierce from the high school computer science classes is going to be representing our congressional district. Again, he's the winner. Again, he has created in essence, an app that, again, really what it is, it's about student service and connecting with senior citizens. In essence, it's kind of like TaskRabbit. It would allow senior citizens to look at an employment pool of high school kids and go, hey, I need somebody to fix my TV, or I need somebody to mow my lawn. And so we'll talk to Rylan about coming in January or February, and he can demo his app for you. Right, and so, so he'll be traveling to Washington DC in April. Yes, yeah. No, again,
Mike's up here.
he did great work.
It'll be very easy to get Rylan here for that because he can just come hang out with his girlfriend.
Oh.
So he's got extra motivation to make this meeting. Sorry, Lily.
All right, also in the positives, we were doing some research and work and came across a group called National Telehealth Solutions. Again, if you've ever heard of Call a Doctor Plus, they're a series of medical professionals that provide, in essence, telehealth, telemedicine. And one of the things that a lot of our federal grants come in as are, there's restrictions about infrastructure and what you have to have in place. We don't, as a district, employ a bank of mental health counselors that are accessible, but Call a Doctor Plus does. And so they wind up being our partner for a 3-year period to actually provide services to all students and staff for virtual mental health counseling. I think the entire grant amount that they were able to secure on our behalf is a little over $800,000. Wow. So this is kind of the marketing deck of what it is. And then let me pass to everybody here the agreement that we returned today, because this actually just came in yesterday. And so in what is called Student 365 Telehealth Services, beginning on page 2 of the agreement, and Chris has assured me that my possessed computer will be replaced. So you notice that some pages seem randomly upside down. Again, they have secured a public funding source for covered services. In the event that those services dry up, the entities separate with no harm, no foul. But on page 3, you can see that the current agreement that they've been able to secure for funding is a little over, it's $803,000. And so this provides, again, telephone-based, video-based, or app-based communications for students and staff with mental health providers, as well as referrals within the community for people that may need more extensive mental health help. Yes.
Can we make sure that the sources of strength people know about this? Because I feel
They
like
will.
okay,
Yeah.
that seemed.
This is exactly
this
one
would
of the things
be
they would
a
refer
great
to. And
thing
once
for
we
them.
get the technology
Help
and
them.
whitelisted, it would be in the sources of strength application guide. So yeah, so again, this is kind of hot off the press. And that would be all I have
Okay, thank you.
for this month.
That's
Yes.
great. That's
Okay.
great. Directors, any questions for Andy on his report? Or let's lump in all the other admin reports to that as well.
I did wonder if we had looked at any other companies doing the same work.
No, we hadn't. But they went out and they secured grants on our behalf. That was one of the things. There are other groups that do it. But you're required to get the grant and then partner with them. They go out and secure the grant, and then they set up the entire provider list for you.
I just wonder if we evaluated any of those others, they might offer the same service.
On a one-to-one.
I just don't know if we vetted this particular company in any way other than.
No, they're national. We've been through a presentation with administrators. They're used in other districts around the state.
I think I
Yeah.
would like to see some of that information.
Okay,
Yep.
yeah.
Tom, you have your hand up?
I don't.
You did.
Oh,
It was
did
the
I?
left one.
I must have.
All right, no worries. Okay, directors, any other questions or comments for Andy's report or the other admin reports that we were able to review? No? Okay. And sounds like, you know, the broken record, but thank you for compiling them, admin who are here in the room and those who are still listening somewhere. We appreciate those. Gives us that insight and that information. And one of those things that still is always just kind of disheartening to me, and I'm sure as many others, specifically those trying to track down those chronic absentees. Clearly that's a challenge because it's there perpetually. And so thank you for all your work to try to make those chronic absentees not so. Tom.
I love the pictures. I love to see it. I love the Viking watches and the videos and stuff. It's so great. Thank you guys for putting the time in on that. Really awesome.
Okay, was that Cece you just stepped out? Okay. Well, so we are on to, that's admin reports. Let's go right to, student representative communications. Manuel, you have anything for us? Okay, Manuel says no, not today, even though he did not have the mic, but we believe him. Liliana.
I don't think I have anything else to add with the new school, otherwise.
Okay.
It's exciting.
All right, well, thank you. So into 7/5, our future meeting dates, the January meeting is 14th, February 11th, March 11th, April 8th, starting at 5:30. And so that will most likely also be over at the middle school in April to have room for the entirety of the budget committee. Am I misspeaking on that, Chris? That's where. Will that be settled with an arm wrestling match? No? Okay. Dang. All right. I would like to watch that. The May meeting is May 13th. June 10th is our June meeting. So keep all of those in mind, please. Our board member acknowledgements. We'll start to my right. Tom.
Usually I'm last. All right. I wanted to again thank you to the volunteers of our district, in particular today, of course, they all left, but all the facility committee people, they were here and they showed up and they've been putting in hours and hours and really appreciate it. But something that really stuck with me about the OSBA conference was the keynote speaker talked about how democracy works on dialogue. And this idea that we can solve or even prevent problems through our words, through talking. And then another thing that he brought up was in our oath, it says that we will faithfully serve. And, you know, when I think about that, you know, there are so many things that we have faith in, that we believe in. And I think that when we take our oath, we need to believe in the system we are joining in. And I really appreciate that about this board. I know we're so different in so many different ways, but I love it that we can come together and care about these students in these schools and that unites us. And I've really appreciated working with this board. And, you know, I've never done anything like this before. So, but you've been very patient with me and thank you for that. That's all.
Thank you. Dr. Haverly.
Not really much, just thank you again to all the people involved with the FAC and putting the work in to do that, and it looks like a good plan. Hopefully we can get it going.
Diana?
No additional, nothing to add.
Okay. Tamara?
I don't know if this is the time to talk about it, but in our superintendent search, there is a company, it's called Leading National Search Firm. It's a leading national search firm called McPherson and Jacobson. And they have really good reviews. There's other schools in Oregon and all over the country that have used them. They will give a free quote. So I was wondering if that's something you guys would like me to reach out and get a free quote from them. And it'd be somebody, you know, it's McPherson and Jacobson.
Debbie has a
The
comment.
business manager has already spoken with them and I have a proposal.
Okay.
Boom. There you go. Okay. You just on top of it all, Tamara. Well done. Anything else? Okay,
Yeah, that was it.
Adrian.
Yeah, I will throw my hat in on the, I really like the FAQ. I like what they've been working on. I especially would like to thank Mike because I know, what is this, like presentation 739 for the past like couple of years now, especially in the past couple months. So I just I wanted to say specifically, Mike has been out there busting hump for this district and I appreciate it, man.
And I've been a part of that committee, and I've just been very, very impressed with the professionalism and how the hours that have been put in, and just making sure that we've covered as much as we can possibly cover during it. So thank you. It's been a great experience. And the other thing I wanted to say is just that I have still been volunteering at the elementary school, and it is an extreme privilege. And I'm very, very excited that you're allowing me to do that, because it's a wonderful experience. And I tell you what, your kids and your teachers are amazing. So I would like to encourage anybody that wants to volunteer. There's volunteers needed for sure. And it is just a very valuable experience. I can't recommend it highly enough. So I appreciate the opportunity to be able to do it.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we will go to 7.7, which is that executive session, which was the amendment to the agenda. So this is the ORS in coordinate or in adhering to ORS 192.660-2B, dismissal, discipline, complaint charges for the board to convene to executive session pursuant to that ordinance. Or that statute rather, to consider dismissal or discipline of, or to hear charges or complaints against an officer, employee, staff member, or agent if the individual does not request an open meeting. The school board will now meet in executive session to consider the dismissal or disciplining of, or to hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent who does not request an open hearing. In regard to ORS 192.660-2B, which allows the board to meet in executive session. No decision may be made in executive session. At the end of executive session, we will return to open session. Representatives of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend. Representative of the news media allowed to observe the executive session are specifically directed not to report on any of the deliberations of the executive session. No recording of the executive session is allowed without express permission from the board. At the end of executive session, the board will return to open session. Meeting postponed for executive session. Okay,
Consider a complaint, a complaint,
I'd say the,
the complaint, okay.
um,
December.
okay, we are now, the Siuslaw School District, 97J. We are, adjourning our executive session and returning to our regular session. So now that we are in regular session, we will have a motion, to vote on, in regards to this complaint, seeing as law does not permit us to vote in executive session. So, Director Miltenberger.
Yes, be it resolved that the Board of the Siuslaw School District uphold the trespass order pending a hearing to consider the complaint of December 8th, 2025, resolution number 121025-7.6.
Just real brief, is that 7.6 or is that 7.7?
It says,
It says 7.6, but that doesn't particularly mean that I got it right. I think it should be
7.7.
Yeah.
So just restate that number, so we're.
okay,
proper for the
resolution
record.
number 121025-7.7.
Perfect. Okay, motion made by Director Miltenberger. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second by Director Haberly. I don't think that we need a voice vote here. Any discussion on the motion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Real quick, we did determine a date. Do we need to state the date? Or do we just send the date to the complainant?
I don't think the date has to be part of the motion, right?
Okay, perfect. Okay, directors,
Yeah,
any other thing regarding that? Or are we done?
I will just say that, I'll obviously it'll go out through Andy, but I'll throw together, I've been doing a lot of research about this. If I find anything that's interesting, I'll throw together something and have it out to you guys if
Thank you.
I can. Yeah.
Thank you. And directors, in regards to that, make sure we are current and aware of those policies in question. And we will have that hearing on the 14th, on January 14th. So with that, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.